Hello, hello. Welcome to another Symbolic Studies live stream. It is your host, Mario, and I'm really excited for this one today. We are going to be getting into symbols and plants of the Bible. And I have not one, but two very special guests today joining me. Just below my picture there on the left hand side, I've got my girlfriend, Michelle, from Michelle's Healing Home. We've been together for 10 years now. We've been on an amazing journey together. It's so awesome that we're able to do stuff like this together. And she is an herbalist. So she is going to be, lending her herbal knowledge to the conversation here. And then I've also got my buddy Joshua the Branch, who actually kind of prompted this conversation. And before I unmute them, I just want to let you guys know that Joshua, myself, and Michelle were on her channel, The Healing Home, Michelle's Healing Home on YouTube. I have her link in the description. And we had a great conversation regarding plants of the Bible. And we are basically continuing that conversation right now. So if you guys want to catch up with some of the other plants we talked about just recently, I suggest you guys check that out. But I will let them introduce themselves a little bit more. But yeah, without further ado, Michelle Lundquist of Michelle's Healing Home and Joshua the Branch. Hey guys.
Hey, how's it going, bub?
Pretty good, pretty good. How about yourself?
Doing great. Thanks for having
Nice.
me.
Yeah, of course. We just saw each other like 5 minutes ago. But anyway.
Yeah, it's
Joshua.
good.
Yeah, totally. Joshua, how you doing?
It's a pleasure to be here. Sabbat Shalom. We just began the Sabbath shortly here.
Right.
It's a nice, quiet time to be joining everybody together and studying the Vedas, the verses, the scriptures.
Yes, absolutely. Perfect timing, man. I mean, I know we kind of had this in mind a few weeks ago or a couple weeks ago when we scheduled everything, but it's just a very potent time in the world of Christianity and things like that. And so I'm excited to get into it with both of you. How about Michelle? Let the people know a little bit about yourself and your project, and then we'll have Joshua do the same.
Sure. Well, my name is Michelle, and I have a project called Michelle's Healing Home. So I'm an herbalist. I actually like to classify myself as a medicine woman because although I have knowledge about herbs and I love working with plants and stuff, I really just love the communion with plants, the listening that happens with the plants and the people that you end up working with. And I really love making products. That's like my main love for this work is really kind of being an alchemist and creating products. And so working with the plants to create medicines is what I love to do. I'm also a homemaker. And yeah, you can find more about me on michelleshealinghome.com if you like. But I'm really excited for this one because, as Mario said, we started the conversation on Tuesday with Josh and we got through about half of our list of plants that we ended up focusing on. So I'm really happy to be here with you guys to finish off the remainder of the list and see what else we can learn because I've learned a lot so far. And Josh, it's just been such an honor to be able to talk with you about this stuff because I know you have such a vast knowledge in this subject. So very happy to be here.
Indeed, he does. Yeah, he's like the perfect person to have on for this. So Joshua, yeah, let us know or let the people know a little bit about your background and just kind of your interest in some of these topics here.
Well, I've been studying scriptures of all different sorts for many, many years, but I have a particular fondness for Judaic scriptures and Christian scriptures. And I think it's because I personally vibe on that frequency with the name Joshua, with my birthday being just what was it, Thursday, I think, yesterday maybe. So yeah, I mean, I think that whether I like it or not, I am like an antenna for that type of thing. So for me, this kind of stuff kind of comes naturally, and I don't really feel like it's something I know, but it's just something that I'm able to interpret very well for some reason.
Yeah.
So I feel like an idiot savant for like the Bible. So it's nice to find that one thing you're good at, though, and then do it, So thank you for allowing me the opportunity to share my fruits with you all.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And happy birthday. That's rad.
Oh yeah. I'm 38 now, and I thought it was kind of interesting because the 8 is really a mirror of the 3. So
Sure.
I don't know if that means anything, but I kind of thought it was interesting because it's like an infinity symbol and then half of an infinity symbol.
No,
A
exactly. That makes
bunch of
sense.
sine waves.
So I just want to let my audience know too. One of the things I really like about Joshua is that, as he just said, he's been interested in the scriptures for a while, really has a knack for it, retains the information very well. But I love the fact that you are interested in astrotheology, astrology, how that connects to some of the symbolic themes, in the Bible, and then you're also interested in things like Freemasonry and whatnot. So just the fact that you are able to kind of go there and bring that stuff to the table and integrate all of it and syncretize all of it, I think is really awesome. Which is why you're here. Just your breadth of knowledge with all that stuff is really great. And I don't even know when we first connected with each other, to be honest, but ever since we did, you've been sending me like really incredible insights and articles and images and various connections and stuff. So I have a great deal of respect for what you do and all of that. So just thought I would let people know. And if you're here live, thank you so much for hanging out. I have a feeling we might go long on this one just because there's so many different things to get into. But obviously, Joshua, at any point, if you feel like tapping out or if there's a convenient place to wrap up, please let me know. I think Michelle actually might hang around for the herbal plant portion of things, and maybe she's going to bow out at that point. But obviously, Bub, if you want to stick around for a bit longer too, you can do that. So it's all good either way. But what I thought we could do is very quickly go over the list that you provided Michelle for her show on Tuesday. Not really get into it, and then maybe just cruise through the 5 or 6 plants that we discussed on Tuesday, and then we can just kind of proceed from there. So yeah, let's do that. Right, so this is the list that Joshua provided Michelle for plants in the Bible. And there are so many different tangents we could go on with all of these plants. Every single plant is a teacher. And so there's a lot of wisdom attached to every plant and every herb. And so there's a deep well of information and correspondences associated with all the plants. Here's just some of them that appear in the Bible. I know there's more, as you mentioned. And so we got into 5 or 6 of these last time.
And Joshua sent me the initial list, right? I was kind of blown away.
You know what? Unfortunately, babe, you are kind of stuttering out there. I think I heard you say that you were blown away.
Yeah, it's okay. I think our internet's just kind of tarting out. So, yeah, I was just blown away at this list by how many plants there are mentioned. And, I'm sure there's even more too. There could be more that are hidden, because that's one of the things that Joshua had brought up in our conversation is the Twilight language that's within the Bible, and how things can be hidden in certain ways. And anyway, I just really love that element of this. So that it's a mighty list
Right.
of plants.
It is. It is. Well, I mean, even you brought up cannabis, and you've done research on how cannabis was maybe alluded to in the Bible and not mentioned specifically or directly, but that there's evidence to suggest that it may have been used in various rituals and whatnot. And so also, I'm just thinking out loud, if your audio continues to cut out, maybe we can just shut off your camera, and then it could just be audio only on your end.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, we have a really slow internet connection where we're at. And so I'm on the Wi-Fi and she's actually hotspotting right now, because if we were both on the Wi-Fi, things would not be good. But here is that list, right? And we went over the fig tree and fig symbolism. I thought, Joshua, you had some really interesting things to say about that, which again, you guys can check out the previous episode. But if either of you have any thoughts, just additional thoughts, maybe something that you did not say on Tuesday. Feel free and chime in, but no worries if not.
Well, thank you, because I know we had other things to talk about, but I did have one thing about the fig, and that is that you can find it on the Sumerian reliefs too, where you got
Oh,
two kings facing each other with the tree in the middle. They're actually making the sign of the fig pointed toward one another with the hand gesture. And so it
oh,
makes me wonder if the identity of that species is indeed a fig. And what are they doing in front of that tree? And one of the guys, well, they both have these birdmen behind them, which are Anunnaki type figures. And one of the kings has a sling. He's wearing a sling. So you don't
mm,
often see them depicted in ways like that. Like Saturn sometimes has a crutch or a splint on his knee. And this is the only other depiction I can think of where you got one of these powerful entities like hurt. So he's got his arm in a sling. So it makes me wonder if the sign of the fig is somehow like part of a covenant that they were making over the
mm,
tree itself.
mm-hmm.
So
Interesting.
maybe if you guys take a look at that sometime when you're studying, if you glean any insights, please share it in the Symbolic Studies chat so that we can all enjoy that. But because the clay tablets probably hold a lot of the secrets about what's going on there, because there's writing all over that tablet too. So I really wanted to kind of get into learning how to decode Sumerian so that I can better understand things like that, for instance.
Wow. Please do. That would be amazing. Okay, so sign of the fig, is this the sign of the fig right here? Is that what you're
Yeah,
referring to?
exactly.
Gotcha.
It's like a
Gotcha. Okay.
fertility symbol. It's also like a what you maybe would call a mudra in
Yes.
meditative studies, and it's kind of like a ward to evil.
Mm.
Um, so you would maybe do the fig to it'd almost be like the middle finger, I guess, kind of equivalent today, which is also a kind of a sexual reference, I guess.
Yeah. Oh
Only the
yeah.
opposite. One's the yonic version, and then the other's the phallic version.
Yes. Totally. Yeah, no, that makes total sense. Very interesting. Yeah, that's what we got into last time was some of the sexual symbolism related to the fig. The fact that the fig, what I brought up, one of the things I brought up was the fact that it's related to testicular health and it looks like testicles, right? And
Yeah,
so this gets into the whole doctrine of signatures, correspondence, way of looking at things where there are really, really interesting patterns in the natural world with various plants, and they look like the things that they actually assist us with. So it's an incredible system. So at some point, I'm going to have Michelle on, and we're just going to get into the doctrine of signatures, probably just on my channel. Although we've gotten into it on her channel, and so she knows quite a bit about that. But yeah, good stuff. The sign of the fig. I googled that. That's how I know that that's the sign of the fig. I wouldn't have known that if I didn't just Google it right now. By the way, but that's very interesting.
it's very popular
So
in some areas. Oh, sorry, go
Okay.
ahead.
is it just a closed fist
No, do you see my thumb right there? My thumb is
with
my
like your
my.
thumb sticking?
Do you see that? My thumb is going, yeah, underneath my index finger.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So very similar to a closed fist, but yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that. Nice, nice. All right. So we also talked about the olive tree and the significance of olives and olive oil, and I felt like this opened up a really, really interesting weave. And so, I mean, most people probably just intuitively might have an inherent understanding of how powerful olives and olive oil is, and the olive tree, as it relates to the Bible and everything else. But if you guys had anything else to add that maybe we didn't get to on Tuesday, feel free.
One thing that just did pop into my head was that's the name of Popeye's girlfriend is olive oil.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
There's some
True.
plants featured in that too, like spinach and whatnot. So I don't know
Right,
what it
right, right.
means, but that's what popped in my mind.
Nice, nice. Right on, right on. Yeah. So after the olive tree, we talked about hyssop and the fact that hyssop was used as like the brush for painting the blood of the sacrificial lamb over the door frame for Passover, which is really intriguing. And I know we were kind of speculating why, of all the plants, why this plant. Um, Perhaps it is something that's more like utilitarian. I don't know. Maybe it soaks up that blood or paint nicely. I'm not sure if those stalks are really hardy or what, but I think that's a really fascinating connection there.
I do have the context in the verse here, which I didn't have
Okay.
last
Yeah, feel
time.
free.
And this is for the Feast of Unleavened Bread preceding and then up to Passover. So this is Exodus 12:22, and it says, Then Moses summoned all, 21. Then Moses summoned all the elders of Israel and told them, Go at once and select for yourselves a lamb for each family and slaughter the Passover lamb. Take a cluster of hyssop, dip it into the blood of the basin, and brush the blood on the top of the sides of the door frame. None of you shall go out of the door of the house until morning. When the Lord passes through to strike down the Egyptians, he will see the blood on the top and sides of the door frame and will pass over that doorway. So he will not allow the destroyer to enter your houses and strike you down. So that's the context of, so there's a lot of, that's quite literally magic, summoning magic and stuff going on here. And I didn't know if we were going to get into the topic of the sword of Moses or not, but there's some literature about, what was going on there too, and that Moses was the wielder of the sword of the Lord, which involved like communion with angels and stuff like that was going on, which plants have associations with angels or spirits or whatever. And so I think in this way, Hyssop must have been the antagonist to the angel of death, the destroyer. So sometimes they have really funny weaknesses. Like, for instance, Asmodai, you would burn fish gall, the gallbladder of a fish, and like he just couldn't deal with it, right? So even though he would be this insanely powerful creature from our perspective, if you burn fish gall, it's like, well, now he's just nothing. So I think in this way, the Lord was basically telling him, like, all right, the destroyer, I'm going to send the destroyer over, but his weakness is hyssop and lamb's blood. So get these things, put it on your door, and he won't bother you. And I think that the angels were made with these weaknesses in such a way that it could be used whenever it was necessary, and they still get the job done in a way. So I know that talking about spirits and stuff might have been a little bit of a curveball, but we're talking about a very scary time. I mean, now,
no, you're good.
They would have just left Egypt after this happened, and there was a series of plagues, 12 plagues, and then they're now taken out under the light of a full moon after this angel just went through and killed a bunch of people in Egypt. So yeah, I mean, imagine being told to take this plant and paint your door and actually doing it. How many people would do that today? And but if you didn't, the cost was really high. So imagine how terrified everybody must have been at this time. I just think that that's an element that's kind of glossed over, is that the actual meaning of Passover is about this angel that was passing over everybody. So yeah, I think that there could be something there about that. And also what I found interesting about this is that the door is composed of two posts and then what's called a lintel on top. And so, there's a gateway and door symbolism there as well. And
Totally.
Yud He Vav He, the name of the Lord contains two He's, which again is that door frame shape. It kind of looks like the pi symbol in Hebrew.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I think, and actually, I'm hearing a little bit of echo on my end when I'm talking. I don't know if there's anything you could do to maybe remedy.
Oh, I can try. Hold on. Yeah, I can remedy that, I think.
Right on. I was just going to say, hey, if I'm not mistaken, in Hebrew, that letter is associated with window, but I actually wonder if it's also door frame. kind of very similar sort of things, openings within the home so you can, open the home, get some fresh air, whatever. So that makes sense. And then I'm just kind of spitballing here, but it makes me wonder if the color of the flower has anything to do with the fact that it is the brush for this task, given the fact that, purple tends to be a higher vibratory color, as well. And then, so I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here with all of
Yeah,
that.
I think that the hay becomes a dalet when a door is added. So I think when it's just the posts and the lintel, it's still considered a hay. But
Okay.
then once a door is added, I think that's when it becomes dalet. Because again, I think that the house was not considered a house until it had a door.
Mm.
So maybe windows and like an open passageway,
Mm-hmm.
breezeway, maybe that's still considered a window. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know. Um,
Right, right.
but
Gotcha,
yeah,
gotcha.
that's the I don't know if we'll get to it later or not, but the triangle with the eye in it. I sent you some stuff about Mount Meru Institute, but
Right.
again, that this concept would relate to that as well. We kind of talked about that, and the inspection, the eye of inspection. So the Hyssop would be also kind of tied to that element.
Wow. Very interesting. I mean, I just have to mention, and I've talked about this on my channel a few times now, but just look how striking that stem is with the flower, right? And I make correspondence with pretty much all stems, all trunks, all trees. They're all emblematic or symbolic of the world tree. And so what we're talking about here is with that stem, flowers that just shoot to the heavens, or trees that just shoot up to the sky. They're all little bridges, to the heavens, from earth to the heavens. And so I very much just make this correspondence with the world axis. And when you're talking about the world axis, there's a correspondence with that in the northern sky, or the North Pole. And that is where the North Star is. And the North Star has been compared to, the eye of God. And so when I see the eye of Providence, I did this in my Illuminati symbolism presentation. When I see the eye of Providence, the eye of God, I think that they might be alluding to a northern sky reference. It might be a North Star reference. And a lot of people's supreme deities, my understanding is that there is this belief that God resides at the north, or that the throne of God is at the north. And so this is something that you'll get into once you start looking for it. And so again, I think that this could potentially be a world axis sort of reference, therefore, related to the North Star, therefore eye of God sort of symbolism, because this is the star that is in the middle of the cosmos that everything else revolves around. So if you look at time lapse photography of the northern sky, you'll see that that's the phenomenon. So yeah, just spitballing, but that's all very intriguing.
I would suggest maybe looking at its life cycle, and because when I started doing that with the fig, I mean, my gosh, there's so many weird things that you wouldn't expect sometimes, of like how it's pollinated, how it's seeded, how it can it be propagated, does it grow rhizomes and then sprout up? Like
Mm.
there's so many things to unpack there that might very well support that. Um,
Yeah, yeah, no, totally. And then I'm also just curious with all of these plants too, like what is the folklore sort of perspective on all this stuff? So maybe non Abrahamic peoples, like what did they think of this plant, and how was it traditionally used, and are there any myths or storylines or deities from their pantheon that corresponds with the plant? So that can be helpful too. So I might
there
have to
are,
do some of that follow-up research.
I have a couple other verses here. I just pulled up that are from different chapters. It's mentioned also in Leviticus 14:6 and 7, when referring to, as for the living bird, he shall take it, and the cedar wood, and the scarlet, and the hyssop, and shall dip them, and the living bird in the blood of the bird that was killed over the running water. So again, a
Mm.
very ritualistic use of the hyssop there. So it seems like it was maybe even associated specifically with blood, sacrificial type
Oh,
blood.
right. Yeah, yeah.
Um, Another here is in Numbers 19:18, and a clean person shall take hyssop and dip it in the water and sprinkle it upon the tent, and upon which, again, the tent is that triangle with the eye in it. The triangle itself is a delet as well. And upon all the vessels, and upon the persons that were there, and upon him that touched a bone, or one slain, or one dead, or a grave. In Judaism, if somebody touches a dead body, they're considered unclean. So this was a way to kind of make them clean, was to be sprinkled with hyssop, which is funny because the thing I was thinking about was the Psalms, and that's the very next example. Purge, Psalm 51:7, purge me with hyssop and I shall be clean. Wash me and I shall be whiter than snow. We mentioned that one the last time. So it's almost kind of like a christening or baptismo kind of reference. Again, in Exodus 12, and they shall take of the blood and strike it on the two side posts. So we're doing this with force. You're dipping it in, and you're basically like an artist today, a postmodern artist, slinging paint at the wall. You'd sling it at the doorposts. So, again, very ritualistic, if you ask me, because you mentioned the bay leaf last time, and you're keeping that demon at bay, that angel of death at bay. So this is part of that ritual. You're slinging it, So I think, there's a lot to unpack here. If we were to do these rituals today, I think by practicing it and doing it, we kind of reveal some things because today we don't do them. So
that's true. Yeah. You get a whole new perspective and context for everything. Michelle, I saw that you unmuted yourself briefly. What do you have to say?
I was just going to say, I mentioned it in the first episode on my channel when we talked about it on Tuesday, but hyssop is very clearing and clarifying, specifically to the respiratory system. And so I get the sense that they're using it because it might have been looked at as more of like a pure plant in some way because of its medicinal, abilities to clear out the respiratory system, specifically when you have like a dry, maybe hacking cough that's been hanging around. Hyssop can be really beneficial for that. And it's very bitter and aromatic. And so any bitter and aromatic plant typically starts to get the fluids of the body moving, and it's going to be more of an expectorant, that's what it would be called. On a medicinal term, it's an expectorant plant. So anyway, that's what comes to mind with it. It's just like the purification of this plant maybe was something that they, took note of and then used it. And it's also a mint family plant, which the mint family is huge. It's a really, really large family of plants. And it grows really abundantly. As you can see this patch, it's just like when the mints take off, they will just, after years and years of growing, they can create huge fields of themselves because they replicate very easily.
Right. Good points. And Joshua, you kind of reminded me, right? So I completely spaced that Dalet is door, right? That's the main correspondence in the Hebrew alphabet, right? And it looks like a 7 to me. It's like a very basic sort of shape, but it kind of looks like a 7. And there's so much symbolism related to the 7 in doorways and gateways, and even a lot of the northern symbolic stuff that I get into with the 7 stars, the Ursa Major and Minor. Septenary symbolism is fascinating. And actually, you did provide a slide or an image that we can get into later that I have in this presentation that kind of speaks to some of that with alchemy. And there being 7 steps to alchemy. And obviously, we have 7 days of the week, 7 colors of the rainbow, et cetera, et cetera. And so the fact that that letter kind of looks like a 7 and represents a doorway, as in a gateway or a portal, if you will, I think is really, really intriguing. I'm not sure if you've picked up on that connection before.
Well, yeah, in other ways. And what's really cool is that about that is that the count for the Omer to get to Pentecost, it begins with Passover. So Passover is literally the door to Pentecost in a sense. and as we advance toward that, they count 49 days, which is 7 times 7, plus
Mm,
1 becomes Pentecost. And so
mm,
it's kind of similar to how time is tracked in Judaism, because every 49 years, then there's the plus 1 and you get a Jubilee. So
mm.
I think it's very similar to how work was done for 6 days, and then on the seventh it was sanctified and made holy. So right now we're enjoying the Sabbath. So creation would have just ended, and the last thing created on the sixth day was the shamir worm, which is an interesting topic.
Mm.
And then I think Eve was created on the Sabbath day, during the day of rest. So it's really an interesting topic to delve into, because then things like the Shemitah began to make a lot more sense. Why there's, every 7 years we'd let the fields go fallow, to give them a break,
Oh,
right? And then
right.
so if you had debts or anything like that that lasted that long, you would wipe the debt out. And so when we look at things like the Great Reset, for instance, that through the lens of this, well, to me, that's a Shemitah. That's when everything's getting
Mm,
wiped and
mm.
reset. And see, that's supposed to be happening every 7 years, but it doesn't. So
Right.
really, it's a long time coming. But where we do see this reflected is in bankruptcy law. If you go
That's right.
bankrupt after 7 years, they forgive your debt. So I think sometimes we're reminded of how law, quote unquote, as we know it, really started out as like Mosaic law and has branched out. Now we also have things like the Hammurabi code and things like that, and Sargon. But essentially, most of what we know today is law of the land, as it were,
Hmm.
kind of derives itself from that,
Gotcha. Gotcha.
which
Great
makes you
stuff.
wonder what the role could be of plants, like in spiritual law, like in a way, it's like a defense, legal defense or something, when you start looking at the language in that way.
Hmm.
Um, which probably explains a lot of the symbolism in the temple, because we'll find pomegranates and things like that in there too,
Right. Right.
which
Right.
represent the
Exactly.
law.
I'm excited to get to that one. We're definitely going to talk about pomegranates here in a few minutes. Right. So the next plant. So this is this is excuse me, I don't know the name of this specific tree, but it's where we get frankincense from.
Yeah, the Baswala. Um, I'm pretty sure that's how you say it. Baswala tree,
Yeah, yeah.
frankincense. Yep.
Beautiful tree. And so any additional thoughts since we last spoke about frankincense here from either of you?
I haven't no. I haven't had too many more thoughts on it, past what we'd already talked about personally.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. So,
Joshua, how about yourself?
I can offer an anecdotal story about how somebody had asked for a tincture. So I produced one using, uh, basically, I dissolved it in high proof alcohol and provided them that. And they used it topically and got a lot of relief. I can't remember what it was for. I think it was for muscles soreness and
Mhm.
something like that. I can't remember exactly what. It was years ago. I made it for a friend's mother, and she liked it enough that she wanted to buy more. But I don't like to sell. At the time, I'm not set up that way. I'm just
Right.
practicing still. So, um, but yeah, it was heartening to know that it had worked for her. But I'm pretty sure it was for like muscle cramps or soreness or something like that. But it was used topically,
Mhm.
and I don't know if I did it properly. Maybe I should have used oil or something like that. But so anyway, I just wanted to offer that. But I did notice when it's applied, it kind of left like a. I don't know if you've ever used the product New Skin, but it like creates that film over the wound and it helps to heal that way. Well, when I used it, it's like the frankincense would leave a film almost.
Mm.
So I didn't know what it was really doing, but for her it worked. So it might penetrate deep, like some things do, like camphor. I'm not real sure what was growing on there, but I just
Gotcha,
wanted to offer
gotcha.
that. I'm not a
Nice.
licensed physician.
No, 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 for sure. we are not claiming as such either, guys. But right on. Yeah, no worries. We got so much to get to as well. So if you guys don't have any thoughts on this one, it's all good. We also talked about myrrh, and the tree that myrrh comes from is I don't know the common name for it, but Commiphora myrrha is what it looks like to me. Very, very interesting. I know too, there was like, we were kind of speculating, maybe Joshua, you were speculating that perhaps these are the thorns from Christ's crown of thorns. Maybe that's where this comes from. I know that we were talking about maybe the acacia tree too. And then I think maybe there was another correspondence that you perhaps wanted to bring up today. But yeah, we got into this on Tuesday as well, myrrh, and where myrrh comes from.
Yeah, J Lo contacted me and told me about the rubus. What is it here? The rubus olmifolius, otherwise known as holy bramble or sanctus, and it basically is a raspberry plant. So maybe we can mention the benefits of raspberry, but it's a thorny plant. So, and it's rumored to also have been the burning bush that Moses encountered, which I always imagined it being like a creosote bush or an acacia bush or something like that. But this was kind of surprising to me because these are like really huge, kind of like what you would expect if you've ever been out in the country and seen these multifloral rose bushes that kind of take over pasture land sometimes. They're just huge thorn bushes and they're indomitable. Like nothing but a goat could deal with it. And so I was wondering, it could have been that, yeah. And it would have referenced maybe back to the burning bush. But the myrrh also seems like a good candidate because, again, they were trying to mock him. But Christ is also depicted as a rose a lot of times too. So again, it pulls back to that holy bramble as well. And the robe they put on him, I think, was purple, which I took note that the hyssop, there's probably cultivars, I'm sure, of the hyssop, but I did notice it was purple. And you get that when you mix blue and red, and that's considered a color of royalty. And purple dye was very hard to come by as well. So, but anyway,
right.
I got off topic with that one.
No, good stuff. So I appreciate all of your insights, honestly, no matter how tangential they might be. And so, yeah, so just to reiterate, so we're just quickly going through the plants that we already talked about on Tuesday. So if you want a more thorough breakdown about, frankincense and myrrh and how it relates to the Bible and, various rituals and whatnot, definitely check out that episode on Tuesday. And then actually, Michelle and I, we were just talking about thorns and the nature of thorns and them being related to boundaries, and things like that. And so I don't know if you have anything to add to that, babe.
Yeah, I was actually just thinking about that. Yeah, with thorns being an emblem of protection. So any thorny plant on a spiritual level, even on a physical level, can provide protection. So you can, pluck the thorns and add them to charms. Or I talked about last night on last Thursday about adding the thorns of rose bushes to like my fertilizers before I fertilize plants, as like a symbolic gesture of protection. And so that's why I kind of like the idea of the possibility of this tree being used as the crown. But, it could have been multiple things, but anything that has thorns would represent protection. So I just love that element. And then we did kind of talk about this too, but myrrh being so protective and offering lots of, protection against infections and those sorts of things on the skin and in the mouth. It's just a wonderful, even internally too. So it's a wonderful resin. It's one of my all-time favorites. And yeah, one of the points too that was brought up is that it amplifies things. So I like to use myrrh and frankincense together in certain preparations. And when you add those to any preparation, it amplifies the medicine that's already in there. So it's really nice if you're wanting to work with pain, inflammation, those sorts of things. And it blends really wonderfully with cannabis as well.
Awesome. Nice. Yeah. I just wanted to add too, just because I love this little idea here, but our friend Kyle from Tippy Canoe Herbs, shout out Kyle, he was talking about how he uses thorns to actually kind of like pin together like little charm bags and stuff like that, almost like a button or something kind of thing. So I thought that was really cool. There's so many different ways you can use thorns, and I've personally never used them, I guess as an altarpiece or ritualistically or anything like that, but I could see how there would be lots of interesting uses for them, especially given what they mean symbolically. So that's really cool. And then just look at how they look like little trees, just popping off of that stem there. It's pretty rad. And then the final plant or tree that we went over on Tuesday was the acacia tree. And the one thing I did want to add to this conversation that I thought about, I think I thought about it when we were talking, but I did not mention it. And I wish I would have mentioned it. But Joshua, you had mentioned that there is a correspondence, or there are storylines relating the acacia tree and its wood to the Ark of the Covenant. I can't not think of the fact that Ark is obviously like there's an ark, like the Ark of the Covenant, and then there's like the
Hmm.
ark, kind of like an arch. And then look at the shape of the tree. Look at that silhouette that it makes. It's kind of like an
Oh,
arch, or it's kind of like a dome sort of thing. And so it reminds me very much of the firmament that way. And so I wonder if potentially there's something going on there with that.
that reminds me of we'll probably bring it up later, but there was a picture that I'd sent you about, it had Aries, Taurus, and Gemini, and it creates like this 45-degree arc.
Mm,
And so when I just see this just now, I'm thinking like, oh, well, I'm sure all the trees look different, but it kind of did resemble like a 45-degree arc to me. And
mm,
so maybe there is something to that, its association with certain few signs. Because like that is kind of what is really pronounced about Judaism, is the Aries symbolism, and up through Gemini. Even we got a lot of stories of brothers like Cain and Abel, Jacob and Esau, so on and so forth. And the left and right arm, which Gemini is the arms, and we'll be talking about mercy and severity perhaps later as well, and the crook and the flail and things of that
yeah,
nature. So I think what it boils down to, though, is that there are the awakened and the not awakened, essentially. And so those who are awakened are expected to be shepherds. And so the idea was that they wanted to have shepherd kings to lead. Um, but if they didn't have an activated crown chakra or Anya chakra or whatever it might be, then you got the blind leading the blind. So the
mm,
idea was that, I think that's the whole purpose of the feast days, was to help the priests or kings achieve this alchemical great work
mm,
so that they were fit to be rulers. And I
mm,
think what happened is when they started getting out of sync and mixing with, other types of cultures, they began to lose that. And, they began to forget what things meant or why they're doing it. And before you know it, they're out of tune and they're no longer receiving the transmission, so to speak, so in their
sure.
favor. So I think the acacia was directly tied to that, because what we know about acacia today is that it's got an incredible amount of DMT in it.
Mm,
So, and that is metabolized really quickly in the body. So if the priests were using this for anything other than that, then, you know, that has to be stabilized with something like hermaline or something like that to extend it out. But,
mm,
but the arc itself was psychoactive, you know? And so I think
wow.
that that's a point to be made here, is that, the two cherubim sat on top, and kind of like we're leaning inward, and
Yeah.
spirit was supposed to descend down in between those two cherubim and rest upon the ark, which was of course made of acacia, and in the proportions of 2.5 by 1.5, which created this ratio of 1.6 repeating. So it's just a
Hmm.
little over half, and that's that golden ratio, that beauty. And you mentioned we might discuss the slain, the beautiful slain, and the column that was split. So those are all kind of references to this element of beauty, which corresponds to Tipperat on the tree of life, or the Sephiroth. Um,
Yeah.
and I
Yeah.
think
Oh
that's
my
number
gosh.
6. actually.
Got it. We have to talk about that. I already have. I don't know much about it, but it relates to some other things that I've looked into. That's really interesting. The last thing I'll say about this, kind of regarding, you just mentioned the cherubim angels on top of the ark, right? So I don't know what design came first or what design is considered to be the original, but there are some variations where the tips of the wings of the angels are kind of more horizontal, but they touch. And then sometimes they're actually kind of creating a dome like sort of structure as well, that the wings actually kind of come up and then touch each other like that. So, again, creating the silhouette potentially of the acacia tree.
Yeah, they are called archangels after all because they're sitting on the ark.
Oh,
Are
excellent.
you
Excellent.
getting feedback still, by the way? I
Oh, no,
switched
I'm
to
good.
headphones.
Yeah, you're
Okay,
solid.
I was just making sure.
Thanks, man.
But yeah, they were quite literally archangels. So
Huh,
I think
right.
that this might correspond to the zodiac, or what we would probably call the Mazzaroth in this tradition, and those three signs from Aries, Taurus to Gemini. Gemini might very well represent those two cherubim on the ark. So the two cherubim are the two holy or two divine beasts. So really, it would be if you were to turn them into animals, you would have a lamb and a calf sitting on top of the ark. Those are your two divine beasts, but together
Mm.
they're Gemini in a sense. And a lot of times it wasn't always lambs. Lambs were just for Passover predominantly, although they were used also in other sacrifices. But lambs, goats, and bulls and
Mm.
doves were the most common sacrificial animals. Um, and of course, the dove associates with Pentecost, which is leading up to that time, 50 days from Passover. So within that, you only
Ah,
really, yeah, that time of sacrifice. So
right.
you got all your divine beasts hanging out in that ark.
Totally. 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 Interesting. Oh my god, dude. I honestly, we're gonna have to do this again because I there's so many questions I want to ask you, but I also want to stay on task. So you're making me think about all sorts of stuff that we can totally weave out at some point. But let's move on to the first new plant that we didn't get to last time, and it's a big one. There's a lot to talk about here, but this is the pomegranate. So yeah, I have a personal sort of relationship with the pomegranate because they grew where I grew up. And I remember there just being, at some of my relatives' houses and stuff, pomegranate trees. And I just loved eating pomegranates. They're really fun. And like, just because they're just, you open it up and then it just takes a long time, right, to actually eat the fruit and everything else. And they're not like anything else out there that I'm like actually just familiar with. And so there was something always very special about the pomegranate and just what it is. It was almost kind of like a little alien like when you open it up and see what's going on. And then this kind of all was really interesting because I already knew that I had a relationship with the pomegranate. And then there are some tarot cards like the High Priestess that famously have pomegranates in the background, creating the tree of life, the Kabbalistic tree of life, one pomegranate per Sephiroth. And then Michelle and I, we went to Spain and we went to a town called Granada, and it's like a pomegranate city. There are pomegranates everywhere, and you can get pomegranate anything, liquor and ice cream, and you name it. And so it was really cool. In fact, I think Granada just means pomegranate in Spanish, but they have lots of public works of art of pomegranate stuff. And so I had to take a photo of every single pomegranate I saw on that trip. So I have like literally like dozens and dozens and dozens of photos of like pomegranate statues and things like that from our Spain trip. But Joshua, what do you have to say about the pomegranate here?
I've actually been to Spain. It was my favorite country that I visited. I didn't know you guys had
Nice.
been there. I might have
Yeah.
been to Granada. I'll have to
Oh,
look
sweet.
back through my albums. It's been like 15 years ago. But yeah, another time I'll talk to you about Spain. There's a lot going on there.
Oh
But
God, absolutely.
right, so pomegranate is really cool in a lot of ways because just physically we see the crown on it,
Mm.
and it's associated with the high priest in the temple, and it decorated the temple. I got a verse here from Exodus 28:35 where it's even a decoration on the garments. So alternating, verse 34, alternating the gold bells and pomegranates alone around the lower hem of the robe. Aaron must wear the robe whenever he ministers, and its sound will be heard when he enters or exits the sanctuary before the Lord, so that he will not die. You are to make a plate of pure gold and engrave on it as a seal, holy to the Lord. So a lot of times you see in like spiritual teachings or whatever, like when they make a what do they call it, a layman, like a sigil or something, they put they've been doing that here, and he would have been wearing that. So it talks about the armor of the Lord, the priest is quite literally wearing a breastplate, and it's got 12 stones on it, which again relate to the zodiacal stones themselves. And part of his garment or armor was to wear this robe that had blue hem on it and the pomegranates and bells. And so in this particular case, it looks like if you startled the spirit, it might kill you. So I think that's something interesting to look at there. Is imagine you being in your bedroom where you're safe and sound, and then all of a sudden somebody enters your bedroom or your house. If you're startled, you might react a little differently than if they ring the doorbell, right? So in a sense, it's like Aaron's ringing the doorbell. He's coming. It can be heard, right? And so I think there might be an element there too, because this is also why the priests had to wear the cable toe around their ankles, because if the spirit killed them for whatever reason, they were dragged out by their cable toe that was around their foot. And in Masonry, we see that as the cable toe around the neck. And of course, you see that in corporate America as the necktie now. But
wow.
But yeah, if you did something wrong, if you went into the sanctuary and you weren't pure, if you hadn't been sprinkled with hyssop, so to speak, because the priests were like lambs themselves, which again in Masonry they wear the lambskin apron, and the apron was also something that the Pharaoh wore as a part, as like an emblem of their own initiation into this spiritual understanding, because that was like a requirement to be king. If you didn't have that perception, then you weren't qualified. It wasn't enough just to keep the law, even though they were ministers of the law. And in some cases, you had kings that they themselves were not the priest. So you'll see that in certain times as well. But within the pomegranate, it doesn't always have 613 seeds in it. But because it has so many seeds, a lot of times it's compared to the Torah, which has 613 laws, but there's 7 added for priests. So for priests, there's 620. So in this context here with Exodus 28, we're reading about Aaron, he would have had to keep 620 laws. And the pomegranates around his robe would have represented those laws, as well as the blue trim, of course. So wow. And in the tarot card of the high priestess, behind her, you see the curtain, which is called an iconostasis. That curtain was covered in pomegranates as well, and she's holding the Torah scroll in her lap. Right. So again, it's got that connection to the letter of the law. Totally. Which I got one more thing to add.
Please.
The crucifixion, kind of a topic here to delve into. So the Shroud of Turin is said to have been this burial shroud that was put on Christ after the crucifixion. And after some analysis, they determined that there was at least 600 wounds on him. And so when I heard that, I thought, well, I wonder if there was 620 wounds on him, one for each commandment. And which would have made sense, because the crown of thorns, the reed they put in his hand as a scepter, the robe they put on him, they were doing all this to mock him. So wouldn't they probably do 620 wounds on him? You think you're a high priest? We'll show you a high priest. And then not just 613, but 620, which means the last wound he received would have been the spear in the side. So I don't know. That's just epiphany that I came to recently.
Sure,
So the
sure.
pomegranate's pretty loaded there. So every time you eat a pomegranate, now maybe you'll think about the Torah.
Wow. I mean, that's fascinating. I'm so glad you brought up the connection between the amount of seeds and the laws. That totally, that's new information to me, and that's really, really fascinating and makes so much sense. It connects so many different things together. Um, so, as an
And one more
example,
thing,
oh, go ahead.
after you eat a pomegranate, look at your hands.
Right? I
You
know.
look like you murdered somebody, you know? So
Yeah,
I think there's some
red-handed.
connection to the blood and the law there too. Pardon for interrupting you.
No, dude, you're all good. And so I'm just reminded of I looked at like the highest court in Israel, like the official sort of court that is like the highest law in the land over there. And actually the whole entire court like building is really, really intricately designed. And so as an example, like where the judge sits is literally just above where he sits in the courtroom, which is just above the room for like inmates and stuff, where there's literally a cell just beneath where the judge is, and then just above that is the judge's like private quarters.
Hmm.
And so there's a lot of things that are kind of baked into the design of the place that are very intriguing. But one of the things that I remember seeing are these big gigantic pomegranate statues that are like somewhere, like there must be some sort of courtyard or something like that, but these big pomegranate statues. And so again, relating the seeds to the law and everything else. And then you mentioned the high priestess holding the Torah scroll. And then obviously, there's a lot of depictions. I've seen variations on the theme, but the two pillars in front of Solomon's temple, right, having pomegranates on it, or literally that little crown sort of thing right here on the bottom of the pomegranate. That sometimes is baked into the design of those pillars. And so you'll see sometimes it kind of has like a flaring out sort of thing on top, and it looks exactly like a pomegranate, which I think is really interesting too. And then literally the Torah scrolls themselves look like twin pillars as well, and like that's what's being baked into, all of it, Judaism and the two pillars. It's a really big thing. So it's the Torah scrolls, it's the columns in front of Solomon's temple. It's a lot of different things, and I see actually a lot of Gemini symbolism in Judaism personally. And Gemini, it's literally Roman numeral 2. That's the glyph for it. So, anyways, just thought I would throw all that out there.
It is indeed got very strong Gemini vibes because the strong arm of the Lord is the right hand. So the mercy that we associate with Christ is the right side of the separate tree, the path of mercy. And then severity would be the left side. So if I didn't know if we'd get to it later, but there's that tree of life with the two paths that emanate from Keter or crown. And then you got mercy and severity on the right and left. So Joachim and Boaz also reference this mercy and severity. So when they're both combined, because the easiest solution would be no humans, right? That's ultra severity. Ultra mercy would be, well, no law and anything goes. So the middle ground is this way that was established. And so the pomegranate really represents this way, this compromise. Like, okay, I won't wipe you guys out if you try to let's try to meet in the middle here. So and so you could almost think too, anywhere on earth that has laws that have their root in Mosaic law, it's kind of like that pomegranate tree seeding to these other places too. So you could almost say, is this land pomegranate law or is it not? Meaning, is it Mosaic law or is it not? You could kind of look at it that way too.
Right.
You got your blue and the red vibes going on there because, again, you got the red of the pomegranate and the blue of the priest's robes, which they got from snails, by the way. They milked snails.
Interesting.
So you got the law of the land and the law of the sea kind of thing going on there too, perhaps.
Right. And then I brought up last time too, which we didn't even get into pomegranates, but palm, right? And we're going to get into the date palm, and there's lots of potent palm symbolism, in the tarot, and hand symbolism, within the tarot, and yud or yod being emblematic of a hand, representing a hand, or meaning a hand at least. And so there's a few things kind of going on there, and then the fact that you can hold a pomegranate in the palm of your hand too, I think is really interesting. Um, Let me ask you this real quick. So do you have an
Uh,
opinion about what the original forbidden fruit was? Because I've heard that there's actually a Wikipedia page that I came across a few months ago, and I didn't realize that there are so many different opinions about the forbidden fruits. Obviously, most people associate it with the apple, but the first one I heard that was different from the apple was that the pomegranate makes a lot of sense. What do you think about that?
Did Michelle have a comment? I wanted to give her the opportunity to mention
Sure,
that.
sure. Bub, do you have anything to say?
You guys should just finish this thought and I'll jump in after that because you posed that question. But thank you, Joshua. That's polite of you.
Yeah. I never heard the theory that it was the pomegranate, until just now, and that actually would make a lot of sense because it represents the law, and so they wouldn't have fell until they tasted of the law. It's like, well, now that getting into the law, now you're subject to it, so it kind of does make some sense. But the only thing about that is that the only species that's mentioned in that context, I think this is Genesis 3, we only hear them talk about the fig leaves that they sewed together as aprons. So once again, this apron symbolism, Masonic apron with the lambskin, but in this case, it's a fig apron, a fig leaf apron, which the pharaohs had aprons as well. So, so I don't know. I mean, I would like to, but it's certainly, what we can say for sure is it's not an apple. That I'm pretty sure of. And I think that that's almost like the oldest Mandela effect in the book, quite literally, because there's nothing, as far as I can tell, that supports it being an apple. And I was talking to J-Lo earlier about the apple too, and she showed me how the apple and the citron were a lot of times interchangeable, which would be orange, lemons, limes, and apples. So I wouldn't normally associate apple with those, but a lot of times those were considered part of acceptable sacrifices to Yahweh as well. So, but anyway, I still don't think it was an apple. We call it Adam's apple, but what we really ought to be calling that is Adam's fig. Because if it was a fig he ate, he really should have a fig stuck in his throat, not an apple. But you do see the apple in Snow White and things like that too. So I think it's just somehow crept in and found its way in there. But again, it's if we're going to literally interpret things, I would have to say I would put 85 to 90% it's a fig. I'll leave some room there for other fruits, but the pomegranate was the only other one I think it could be, if that's the case, because of the association with the law. It's like you inadvertently become a initiate of the law now, so now you're subject to it, because again, the crown on that pomegranate suggests that the king not only knows the law but practices the law. And that's kind of the problem with our leaders today, is they aren't subject to the very laws that they do, and people don't mind being ruled over as long as their leaders are just, right? So I think that that's kind of summed up in the pomegranate as well. And of course, you mentioned how it can be held in the hand. So again, it's got that connection to the globus cruciger. So having supreme law of the land, dominion over the earth, what's all tied to the law. And this priest king, in a sense, which in the prophecies, all the followers of Christ after the tribulation, they inherit the earth. So you could almost imagine them all like holding a pomegranate. Now are expected to live by the word of God, his law, in this millennial kingdom. So you would almost imagine everybody like holding pomegranates as the globus cruciger. That's pretty rad. And then maybe even the reed that Christ was given as a mockery would be your scepter in that sense, which is used to actually measure the kingdom of Christ. So even though it's just a reed, think, well, what good is a reed? Well, if you're measuring to build, that's a pretty important thing, So anyway, that's my
Definitely,
two
definitely.
cents.
Oh, dude, great stuff. Just a couple things, and then I'm gonna let Michelle get her point in, obviously. But just wanted to mention that the law connection here is blowing my mind, dude. That is so huge and very potent and rich. There's a lot to chew on with that. So thank you so much for mentioning that. I love that. And then also too, the fig apron connection I think is really interesting too. I had not considered that, or I didn't know that that was a correspondence there, but that makes a lot of sense for a few different reasons. So that's also rad. And then also I'm just going to throw out there, Dr. Longo from Old World, Florida. He thinks that there's a lot of Garden of Eden connections and the Origin of Paradise connections with Florida. And I like hearing, people's opinions about all sorts of different things. So I'm not going to hold them to this being like complete fact, or I'm not going to say that this is exactly what I think, but he has speculated that the golden fruit, the forbidden fruit, is actually Florida oranges. So there's that too. But like I said, there's a whole Wikipedia page of different forbidden fruit concepts, including wheat as an example. And so there's others as well. I just did not know that there was this variety out there. So I thought I would just pick your brain about that. Maybe what is the original symbolic correspondence there? But Michelle, what did you have to say regarding the pomegranates? I know you like pomegranates too.
Oh yeah. No, there's so many great points here and I've had many thoughts as you guys have been talking, but the first thing that comes to mind is that I think that there is actually a big crossover with the pomegranate and the fig just on a symbolic doctrine of signature level. When you open both of those fruits up, there are so many seeds in there. Now,
Mm.
how many there are, if you were count them, I don't know, but there's a plethora of them. And so I think that both of them are fertility symbols. So, and I think the pomegranate is more of a feminine kind of goddess fertility symbol, whereas then the fig has that more masculine energy. Because as you said, Joshua, wondering if, what the connection is to the blood. And I almost wonder if the red color might even be symbolic of menstrual blood in some way. If there is this connection to the high priestess and even the empress, like in the
Mm.
Rider Waite, her dress has pomegranates on it. And obviously she is like pregnant. There's a lot of fertility in that card. And then even medicinally, pomegranates are definitely really wonderful for the heart and the blood. They're a blood thinner, actually. So there's so many benefits and links to the blood that I find that to be very interesting. And then just looking at the pomegranate itself is so strikingly red. And
Hmm.
also when I look at a pomegranate, they look like rose hips. And so then you have
Totally.
more of that, Venusian sort of beauty energy, connected goddess energy. So those are just a few of the weaves that kind of came to me, while we're looking at this beautiful fruit. So yeah.
Nice, nice. I'll just say that I think there's a lot more references to menstrual blood and the power of that, and just the symbolic meaning baked into all of that, kind of out in in the world of symbolism than you would realize. It is definitely a thing, and it kind of made me think about that honestly with the doorway and the lamb's blood and how you're painting it on a doorway. And it's like, well, what's the ultimate doorway or portal in this reality? It's
Mm.
woman, and so it's the
Yeah.
yoni, and so it kind of made me think of that too. So I think you might be onto something with that.
And also the crown on top of that pomegranate, when birth is taking place, that's the crowning is the beginning of the birth.
Yeah.
So, again, I think that's probably a strong correlation there with the menstrual blood, indeed. Not to mention the high priestess is a female in this case with that card. So maybe there is something there, because after all, one of the things I never really hear much until I was becoming a part of the Orthodox Church, that you don't hear a lot about Mary and her story. But when she was growing up, she was actually living in the temple. So she was
Mm.
always under the eye of the Lord. She was that lamb that's always being inspected, so to speak, in a
Mm.
way too. And she knitted the curtain, the iconostasis for the Holy of Holies. She actually made the curtain, so which is the hymen, and she's a virgin, right?
Yes,
So
exactly.
again, and the curtain has pomegranates on it. So she really, when we look at the high priestess on the high priestess tarot card, that's Mary. She knew the
Totally.
law.
Oh yeah,
She
dude.
understood it. She executed it, and in a lot of ways, like she was the embodiment of it. So I could see why Yahweh would choose her as a vessel, because he was already so familiar with her working in the temple, and what better vessel, really, so kind of interesting there to consider that part of the story.
100%. And you got it, dude. They even one of the really obvious tells. I mean, I think once you become symbolically literate, you can make that correspondence of what you're saying, high priestess and the Virgin Mary. But she even the high priestess, at least in the Rider Waite version, she is standing on a crescent moon. And it's not uncommon
Yeah.
to see Mary holding Christ on a crescent moon as well. And then you're totally right regarding the curtain in the background being a symbolic hymen or veil, and
Hmm.
veil symbolism is related to Virgo in so many different ways. So yeah, excellent points all around, man, for sure.
You just reminded me of something when you mentioned the moon. uh, One of the Revelation prophecies in chapter 12, when it's talking about the woman clothed in the sun with the moon at her feet, wearing a
Mm,
crown of 12 stars, travailing in birth with a child, and then the dragons waiting to devour it, which that's Saturn, that's off, to the side. But yeah, so there again, you got the sun clothing the woman. Well, that's the sun in Virgo, and the moon was at her feet. Well, that occurred in the night sky on 9/23/2017. We did find that configuration, with the sun being in Virgo 9/23. Moon
mm,
was at her feet, which
mm.
is what you're seeing there. And then the crown of 12 stars. Well, Leo is over Virgo and has 9. But on this particular day, had Mercury, Mars, and Venus, adding 3 planets to the 9, making 12. So now, what's really fantastic about that sign is that Jupiter had been in retrograde in Virgo for 4.5 months, and then again on that very day finishes its retrograde at 9 months and exits through the legs or bottom hay of Virgo. And so that fruit, that sheaf of wheat that she's holding, and the Christ child that she's holding, is literally, in this case, Jupiter, that was born on 9/23,
Oh wow.
2017. And Saturn's off to the side there wanting to devour him, right? Well, Saturn's been chasing Jupiter through the sky since then. And
Mm.
we've been seeing it happen still, even in more recent times. As I think, even as much as a year ago, Saturn's been following Jupiter through the sky. So in some cases, I view it as the father and the son coming to get the bride, but in some cases, you could see it as Saturn pursuing the man child, which Jupiter's the king planet. Um, because if he can just eat that child, he'll have complete dominion, right?
Right.
But Revelations talks about how the child's taken into the wilderness on the wings of a great eagle. So it has me thinking about Aquila and the
Yes.
associations of eagles and Zeus and Jesus, which is the name Jesus, right? So, and being the child. And so, yeah, there's a lot going on
Wow.
there with the
Oh my
Virgin and
god.
the moon. I know that was a little bit of a deviation, but that
No.
occurred um, almost 7 years ago. So this time of Odin, this time of travail, kind of began. Look how much the world's changed since 9/23/2017. I mean, we got pre-COVID and post-COVID, you could say, in a lot of ways.
Right.
So I think that there's probably something to that to consider.
Excellent, dude. Great, great stuff. Seriously. Um, so the last thing I'll just say regarding the high priestess, right, and this connection with the pomegranate and everything. So the high priestess is right in between the two pillars, you know. So just once again, just to reiterate, you know, what when you're looking at two pillars, you're looking at a gateway, you're looking at a doorway. When you look at the Gemini glyph, the Roman numeral 2, you're looking at a doorway. There's always an implied middle way. when you're looking at any two columns like that. And so she is that middle way. She is that middle path. She is the gateway. She is the portal into this domain. Woman, that is, in the womb and everything else. So great stuff, man. I love it. This is so cool. I'm having a lot of fun over here. But with that said, I think you guys probably got your points across that you wanted to get out there, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Nice. Okay.
I did. Sorry, I can only answer for me.
No. Totally. I think
I would
we're
just
good, right?
I would just add that I have a lot of pomegranates dried. They're really easy to preserve. So if you're looking to, I like to keep them around my room, and especially like on top of my Bible and things like that, just to kind of remind me of the law.
I love it, dude. That's so cool. And actually, I'll just share this. So this is a little pomegranate, kind of just like it's just a little
Wow, that's
container
cute.
sort of thing. And I got this from Spain. And so this is one of my treasured sort of things that I got from Spain. It's a little altarpiece.
It does
Keep
look like a
things.
holy hand granada.
Yeah, exactly. Good point. So there you go. It has a little top right there. So, anyways, I had to get something pomegranate related when we were in Granada. Yes, hand granada. That's funny, dude.
What's in it?
Oh, it's honestly, it's a lot of little things, and so I have a lot of little pieces on my altar. But if like things are too tiny and they don't really have a place, I kind of just put them in here. But I'll just show you guys one of the things. I have a hagstone. So here, you guys aren't going to be able to
Oh
see the
yeah,
whole
man. I have a
probably, but
knack for. That's one of my most interesting, useless skills is being able to find those.
a hagstone hunter.
Yeah.
Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, that hagstone came from Spain as well. So there's a whole little story to it and everything else.
Well, even the manhole covers in Granada had pomegranates on it.
They're
remember.
everywhere. It's
Yeah,
amazing.
it was everywhere.
The
Mhm.
manhole. Hey.
Yeah.
Pomegranate symbolism. It's funny too because one of the names for a hagstone is Odin stone, and again, Odin means birth. So you got your birth stone and a pomegranate there. Just again, that's why I asked, because I figured it would probably be no coincidence what you might have in there.
Totally. No, good call for sure. Awesome. All right. So, with all of that said, this is another big one. There's so much to talk about, but the date palm. What are some of your initial thoughts regarding the date palm?
I do have a verse, I think, for that. Give me just a second. But as I mentioned
take your
last time, I think I'm going to look for it as I talk here. I think each branch forms like each month or month, you get a new branch. So it kind of reminded me of how the moon is a calendar of sorts too, as it goes through its phases. You would also be able to notice the palm tree kind of doing the same thing. So it might be more of a seasonal calendar because, of the way the fronds produce and drop. So you could look at a tree and kind of tell how old it was. If you were to maybe count them, you could kind of get a rough idea like, oh, okay, it's this many moons old. But that's one of the things that comes to mind for me because they were featured prominently in front of the temple. So if you were trying to maintain certain feast days and stuff all on time, it just seems to me that, they would probably want date palms there as like a calendar. And of course, you'd want to have more than one to add to some accuracy there. So if you have several date palms lining the way to the temple, where, it's all about keeping appointments. The holy days are called muad'Dins, or appointment days. So the dates, you got to keep the date, save the date, right? So to me, it makes a lot of sense if we were to kind of put ourselves back in that time and imagine what is the practical use of the date palm. Of course, they eat them. But I think there was a practical use here too. And that's just, again, I'd like to live around a date palm to test these theories. But I've also heard that those can be deadly. Like if those fall off and hit you, it can kill you. I mean, they're pretty big branches. So, it may not be something you want to sit under.
Just real quick too, regarding the date thing, again, they're called date palms, and my understanding is the palm thing literally comes from the fact that some palm trees literally look like hands. It looks like every single leaf or every single branch or whatever is like a finger shooting off from a hand, right? And then your actual arm would be like the trunk of the tree. And then so how do we count? We use our fingers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you're talking about dates, right, and everything else. So yeah, I can see the correspondence there, on a few different levels there, with counting and keeping time and things like that, and why that would be associated with its name.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I do have
To
a
me,
page
oh, go ahead.
here.
Go ahead, Josh.
Oh, no, go ahead. I didn't realize you were going to say something.
Oh, no, it's okay. Yeah, well, to me, there's so many masculine-like qualities to this tree, just seeing how the dates hang and then the shape of the dates. But, it's dates can be really wonderful for, health, like, they can be helpful for labor and, healthy contractions. So, they're good for a woman who's pregnant to be eating them. And so I just wonder if the more masculine kind of doctrine of signatures of this is kind of showing that this is a good plant for women. This is a good tree. It's a good fruit for women, sort of thing. That just came to my mind.
I
So,
could see that complementary, right?
yes,
Yeah,
definitely.
totally. Because one of the things that I brought up last time too, is that Virgo can be seen holding several different branches depending on the illustration and the era of which you're looking at, Virgo, the constellation. So sometimes she's holding wheat, and it's very obvious. We talked last time that sometimes a goddess that is essentially Virgo is holding like an acacia sprig. Sometimes she's holding a palm branch, basically. And I think that all of these are substitute symbols for Christ. And so I think what you're seeing when you see Virgo holding a branch, she maybe in a different era would be holding child, essentially. And so kind of reminds me a lot of just all traditional mother and child images. So Isis holding Horus, the Virgin Mary holding Christ. Instead of overtly showing Virgo holding child, she's actually just holding a branch as a substitute. And the branch is, as we already discussed in the other show too, is another name for Christ as well. So yeah, no, you're spot on. There's lots of masculine symbolism completely tied to this. And the dates here, it does look testicular, but there are other examples where it's like really, really obvious that that is indeed, what it looks like.
Well, imagine that looks like a lot of pollen, right? So when the wind, I had this realization the other day because we've been having some intense windstorms, and there was so much pollen flying through the air the other day. I thought, oh my gosh, I had the realization the ruach, the wind, the holy wind it's carrying semen, plant semen through the air. It's full of virility and I mean, can you imagine a more fecundity symbol? It's like the most masculine thing you can imagine. And so what impregnated Mary was the holy wind, right? So when I saw all this pollen flying through the air the other day, I was like, oh wow, that's basically the carrying the seed. So the Holy Spirit, the holy wind, carried the seed that was Christ to Mary, in a sense. We get the story of Gabriel himself coming and telling her that's the Annunciation. And I think it was maybe Andy that Crone that mentioned he's given a flower to her as well. So giving this flower to Mary is sometimes seen when an entity gives a flower to this mortal, they become pregnant in some way. So there's something associated there. But it makes me think of the pollen, man. And there's that song too. One of the ways I kind of had this realization years ago was there's a song about wiping pollen from the face or something like that. And I was like, oh, that's disgusting. And then I was like, oh yeah, it really is disgusting because it's semen, So
that's hilarious.
I had a couple of links here about the date palm that I wanted to go over. So this is really interesting because it's gonna, I think, support what we're saying about the symbolism with the masculine and feminine. So there's the Judean date palm, and it's a Phoenix. This is the scientific name, Phoenix dactylariferia. Pardon, I'll share that in the chat for the benefit of the viewers here. But anyway, I thought it was interesting how Phoenix is in the name because that's a Phoenician kind of thing, rebirth kind of thing. It is not clear whether there was ever a single distinct Judean cultivar, but dates grow in the region and have distinctive reputations for thousands of years, and the date palm was anciently regarded as a symbol of the region of fertility. Cultivation of dates in the region almost disappeared after the 14th century from the combination of climate change and infrastructure decay, but it has been revived in modern times. In 2005, a team of scientists sprouted a preserved 2,000-year-old seed. The oldest seed germinated with human assistance from a claim in 2012 that they had done a flower. The date palm, a male tree, interesting. So this seed was a male. They point that out. The palm, a male tree, was named Methuselah, not to be confused with bristlecone pine tree of the same name. Following the success, 6 further preserved seeds were sprouted. So Methuselah was a very old person in the line of Adam. So I guess they'd be naming this tree that as a reference of how old the tree was potentially. So 2,000-year-old seed. That's incredible. But it goes on to talk about how it's a staple of food. It's mentioned in Psalms. The righteous himself will blossom forth as a palm tree does. And date clusters are mentioned in the Song of Songs. So yeah, there's a lot going on there with the date palm in that regard. And then the other thing I wanted to add was how the story, again, this masculine, feminine childbearing thing that you guys were talking about. Well, it reminded me on the fly of Tamar. So the story of Tamar and Judah, who was the king of Judea, her name literally means date palm. So in this story, Tamar is first described as marrying Judah's eldest son. Oh, excuse me, his eldest son, not him. E-R. Because of his wickedness, was killed by God by way of a levirate union. Judah asked his second son Onan to provide offspring for Tamar so that the family might continue. This could have substantial economic repercussions, with any son born deemed the heir of the deceased heir and able to claim the firstborn double share of inheritance. However, if heir was childless, Onan would inherit as if the oldest surviving son. So we're getting into the law stuff right here, which is interesting because in Exodus it talks about the firstlings to pass through the matrix, which is the hymen. They're given that double portion blessing. So this is why in the story of Jacob and Esau, for instance, Esau wrestles Jacob in the womb to be born first because he wanted to get that inheritance, but it was really supposed to be Jacob's. But then Esau gives it away for porridge, and Jacob ends up with it anyway. So there's a lot of different interesting stories about birthrights. But yeah, this story of Judah and Tamar. So you could say it's the story of Judah and date palm. But what's interesting about this story is she played the role of a harlot to get with him. So she wore a veil over her face. So there again is this veil symbolism. That was the mark of a harlot or a sacred prostitute or something like that. So to hide her own identity, she played the role of a harlot. And he didn't realize who he had laid with until afterwards. So interesting also to look at the mask symbolism over the past few years and what that actually could be referring to. Because after all, apocalypse is removing of the veil. And here we got people adding a veil.
Yeah, right. Revealing. Yeah, exactly. Revelation. Very interesting, dude. Oh my God, man. I mean, honestly, as you just kind of just put it all out there, you're making me think of so many different things that are just like all interconnected. First thing I'll just say that I thought was intriguing regarding the name of the date palm, the phoenix sort of connection. And so in the tarot, in the major arcana, I would say that the phoenix shows up a couple of different places, but notably, I think it comes via Scorpio. And so Scorpio, typically most people associate Scorpio with having three different expressions. And so there's the scorpion, there's the serpent, and then there's the phoenix. And so I think that's all very interesting for a lot of different reasons.
Yeah.
And so the Scorpio glyph is an M, right? The Virgo glyph is also an M, and both of these signs are actually opposing or on the opposite side of Libra. So I almost look at like Virgo as being kind of like the light side version of this archetypal woman, the kind of the queen of heaven, I guess you can say. That I relate Virgo to being the queen of heaven. And so I think that this is a more pure expression of this woman, whereas Scorpio would be like a darker sort of expression of this woman, maybe this harlot or a scarlet woman, if you will. And so you can kind of see how that could be the case with Scorpio. And so M also relates to Mary and Mother and Matrix, right? And so you have, again, Virgo on one side of Libra, and then you have Scorpio on the other side of Libra. What are the odds that the two signs whose glyphs are made of M's sit on opposite side of Libra, which is the scales, which is balance, right? And there's so many different ways in which Libra relates to balance, right? And so that's something that I think is really intriguing. Also, you mentioned this flower that the Virgin Mary is given. That I talked about this somewhere else this week, but there's a really interesting thread regarding women being given a flower, and that this is kind of the catalyst for them to have a virgin birth, essentially. And so my understanding is some of these storylines, the flower that's being given to this woman is the lily. And so this is where we get the fleur-de-lis symbol from. And so the fleur-de-lis symbol, I think the deep encode with it is that it actually relates to virgin birth, and it also relates to the north, because on older compass roses and compasses, the symbol for north, the arrow for north, is literally a fleur-de-lis, okay? I think this is all really interesting for a bunch of different reasons. One of them, though, is that fleur-de-lis, this is like a French sort of thing, right? New Orleans is associated with the fleur-de-lis, the New Orleans Saints, right? And the French connection with that city is very strong and well known. Well, it's really interesting that I came across some material. There's this book called The Alchemy Key. This is the first place I read it, but there's other websites online, and I'm sure there's other books that make reference to this. But I don't know what group this is specifically that built these cathedrals, but it's been said that the Notre Dame cathedrals in France are situated across the country so that they literally mirror the constellation of Virgo. And so they're actually Virgo dedicated cathedrals. And I made a video about this a while back, connecting the fleur-de-lis with Virgo, and then also this French cathedral connection with Virgo. And then this gets into the Black Madonna and a bunch of other stuff. But yeah,
That's
so
wild,
just a
man.
few things that I just thought I would throw it out there.
So that reminded me too of the Rennes Chateau, which is associated with noon blue apples. And there you'll find a statue of Asmodai, who's associated with lust. So again, that kind of reminds me of the Scorpio glyph, because after all, it looks like a devil's tail, right? We've got the devil's tail and the fish, basically, being the basic differences. But so the righteous mastery of that sexual energy produces like a Christ child, whereas the harlot aspect is something different. So again, you got your two balances. And what animal do we often see associated with Libra on the scales? In Hebrew, it's the snake. Tribe of Dan was the scales and the snake. So you got your scorpion on one side, snake in the center, and then on the other side, what would we have? Phoenix, which is your date palm or your child. So right there in it, you got it right there. That's All three of
Right.
them are kind of right there. And one way to always kind of tell the difference between an eagle and a phoenix is look for that plume on top of the head, because the phoenix will always have that plume. Um,
Mm.
but yeah, that's a
Oh,
good
sure.
point to make about the three different phases. Um, and oftentimes you'll see the eagle and the snake like fighting, like on the Mexican flag, for instance. So I often wonder if that's not supposed to be a phoenix instead of a bald eagle, but
You
kind
bring
of
up
the
an
same
excellent
motif.
point. Thank you. So I said phoenix. It's sometimes the eagle as well, which is what you're going to see with the cherubim angels, right? The
Mm-hmm.
tetramorphs, the four faces of God. You're going to see an eagle, but I think the eagle is pretty much a substitute symbol for the phoenix anyway,
Yeah,
basically.
because maybe you don't have a phoenix in your neighborhood, but you got an eagle, and basically they're the same thing. I'd say a peacock would probably also substitute in some
Yeah.
cases if you didn't have, because think how easily people would mistake. It's like the effect of transliteration. If they
Hmm.
don't have it, they're going to add that label to whatever they have that's similar. But one more thing about phoenix is I think in the book of Acts, whenever they're on a ship, they winter in Phoenix to escape the storms of the winter, and
Mm.
they stay there. So it's a harbor of refuge for their ship, and in a time of uncertainty and great, turbulence. So the Phoenix is something that comes up there as well.
Nice, nice, awesome. And then the last thing I wanted to add too was that when I was researching palm trees and the date palm specifically, the idea that this is the original tree of life came up multiple times, and so just wanted to put that out there. And then also something I've heard before too is that there's the whole idea of the land of milk and honey, but that the original honey was actually a reference to dates and the sweetness that comes from dates and everything else. So I thought that's kind of intriguing that potentially honey is more of a modern, or I guess it's a different regional sort of reference to maybe what was once actually just dates. So dates and milk.
Hmm. The land of plenty. There's also alchemical references to both of those, like the colostrum and the spinal fluid,
Sure.
being references like milk and honey, having like a cloudy substance look to it. Andy Crone in the chat, by the way, pointed out the similarity in Lilith and Lily, and then
Totally,
Polymathian was
yes.
talking about Lilu as well. All those wind entities that carry the seed, your succubi, incubi, kind of interesting there too to have those references.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Really, really good points, guys. I'm not checking the chat actually, but that's awesome. So if anything else that's you feel like is relevant that they're putting out there, feel free and bring it up. Nice. So you guys think we're good with the date palm? Do you guys have any other final thoughts here?
It could very well be a North Pole symbol, like you were pointing out earlier with the hyssop plant.
Yeah.
Because imagine the aurora borealis coming off the top of the pole. I kind of imagine like the green palm branches almost being like the aurora around the pole. So I don't know if there's anything there,
Ooh,
but that's
no,
just kind of the way I saw it.
it almost looks like you're looking at the top of a toroidal field from the interior of it, from a lower interior
Yeah.
perspective. Yeah, no, exactly right. So the way I look at it is all trees are world trees. That's what I think. I think that they all come from, this original design of the cosmic tree, if you will. And so I think the point kind of that you just brought up definitely is relevant. Michelle, did you have any final thoughts here or anything to add to the conversation with the date palm?
Not off the top of my head. Just, I mean, I'm in very much agreeance with what a lot of what you guys are talking about, especially just the shape of this of the palm, and it almost has like a phoenix energy to it. The way that it rises and it's kind of like splayed out
Mm,
at the top. So, yeah. But besides that feminine masculine connection, yeah, I think I'm just on the same page with you guys. Or I'm totally listening and enjoying. I'm learning a lot. So
nice,
yeah.
nice. Yeah, no, there is a phoenixy vibe here for sure. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, so moving forward, then we have Wormwood, which I don't know too much about, to be honest. There are a couple of instances that I am aware of with wormwood being used or brought up from like a magical occult perspective. But what do you have to say regarding wormwood, Joshua?
Well, before I get into wormwood, I will mention a hanging chad that I forgot
Sure.
to mention.
No
It just
worries.
occurred to me talking about Rennes Chateau and Noon Blue apples. That's actually in French, it's pomme bleu, which palm is
Ah.
ball. So when we were talking about palm earlier, pomegranates. So it could even, you can maybe refer to the pomegranate as red ball, because what
Ah.
they were referring to here is pomme bleu, or grapes, blue balls. Well, I know that's kind of a funny thing to say, but since we're talking about fertility,
Indeed it
maybe it's
is.
appropriate with Asmodai. But yeah,
Totally.
but as far as wormwood, it's considered a very bitter herb, and in most cases that I'm familiar with, other than absinthe, it would be used as a purgative type thing to get rid of parasites. And in a lot of cultures, purging of parasites is kind of a routine thing. And it's not even necessarily a negative thing. It's almost like a good, positive thing to do. So whenever it's used in the Bible, I kind of try to remember that even though it might seem like, oh, okay, this is real big judgment and so on and so forth, but it's kind of like a cleansing too, in a way. But it's also kind of used too as something that kind of tricks people, because like in some cases they're given wormwood in an allegorical sense. So let me read here. I got this one's from Jeremiah 23:15. And let me make sure. Yeah, this has got wormwood in it. Lying prophets. So this is verse 14. And among the prophets of Jerusalem, I have seen a horrible thing. They commit adultery and walk in lies. They strengthen the hands of evildoers so that no one turns his back on wickedness. They are all like Sodom to me. The people of Jerusalem are like Gomorrah. Therefore, this is what the Lord of hosts says concerning the prophets. I will feed them wormwood and give them poison water to drink. For from the prophets of Jerusalem, ungodliness has spread throughout the land. This is what the Lord of hosts says. Do not listen to the words of the prophets who prophesy to you. They are filling you with false hopes. They speak visions from their own minds, not from the mouth of the Lord. And this is kind of interesting too, because this is where we kind of get the term soothsayer, those who are giving you soothing words. And so they were even dealing with the good vibes people back then. It's like, no, guys, we got to go back to the way or we're going to get destroyed. And they're like, no, you're a doomer. That's what they call them now. But yeah, so in what he's saying here is like this wormwood and whatnot that would be given to them. It's like false teachings that maybe are going to have a ill effect later, but they don't realize it. And I got another one here in Revelation. This is the more popular one that people know about. And this is where wormwood's actually referred to as a star. So in Revelation 8:11, the verse 10 here, then the third angel sounded his trumpet, and a great star burning like a torch fell from heaven and landed on a third of the waters and on the springs of water. The name of the star is Wormwood, which in Russian is Chernobyl, by the way. A third of the waters turned bitter like wormwood oil, and many people died from the bitter waters. Then the fourth angel sounded his trumpet, and a third of the sun and the moon stars were struck. So again, Revelation 6:13 talks about the stars falling. So this wormwood coincides with that. A third of the stars were darkened, a third of the day was without light, and a third of the night as well. So I think that when we see this wormwood thing happen, it's supposed to darken a third of the stars, which could be related to the dragon in scripture, because the dragon that falls from heaven draws a third of the stars with his tail, and they too fall to the earth. So this would almost be like that time when Satan is a collective term referring to the adversary. It's when all of the angels are cast out and are cast to earth, is kind of what this wormwood is heralding here. So that's like the wormwood, but we do find wormwood in other contexts as well. But yeah,
Wow.
it usually
Okay.
has like some type of judgment elements to it, which, by the way, with the whole what pandemic deal, there
Mhm.
was even talk about how there might have been hydras and creatures like that in it and stuff, which are parasites. And there were certain treatments that were actually very, very, very super effective against that, and those were being outlawed and marginalized, when in fact those are known as anti-parasitics. So why is
Yeah.
an anti-parasitic working so well? So wormwood, in a way, I don't know, it's just an interesting topic to get on about anti-parasitics and ridding the body of parasites, because enough of those parasites get in you, you start enacting the will of the parasite, whether you realize
Yes.
it or not. So even if that's just like craving food before bed, that's an indication of parasites, things like that.
No, I think it's a fascinating topic as well, because like what Michelle and I have learned, especially over the last handful of years, is there are things that are actually parasitic, but under Western medicine and under that model, they refer to it as something else. And so parasites are a much bigger deal than what people realize, for sure. Um, that's really interesting regarding Satan and this dragon and the stars. A third of the stars and things being cast to Earth and all of that. Because the one of the things that I think about with wormwood, and this is just kind of potentially an obscure reference, maybe not so much for some of the people we hang out with online, but Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard, they did a lot of workings together and rituals together, and one of the things they did was the Babylon working with this woman named Marjorie Cameron, and so she was known as their elemental. And so they kind of conjured her up. She presented herself. They did these various sex magic rituals. And Jack Parsons, by the way, is like a important figure in the history of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory and NASA and things like that. So it's a whole history. But it's interesting because she appeared in a short film called The Wormwood Star. And there's also a book, if I'm not mistaken, called The Wormwood Star that she's related to. And the whole entire thing was that she was literally embodying the Scarlet Woman or the Whore of Babylon.
Mm-hmm.
And so the fact that she's also connected to the Wormwood Star and just kind of, with some of the things that you just mentioned, I just find that all very, very intriguing. But admittedly, Wormwood is something that I feel like I need to do more research on.
I didn't know that about the book. And it's funny too, because when I was thinking about Aries earlier and how it's the head of the year and the color we associated with it, it's red. Well, redhead, right? And so
Exactly.
King
Yeah.
King David was a redhead as well. So I think there's something going on there with that genetic element that's present there. But as far as the Babylon working, what I think is really interesting about that is it occurred in, I think it was 1946. And I think that they chose that date on purpose because 4 and 6, that happens to be my birthday. So I've studied that a lot. And what I'd also found was it's present on the Separat tree too. That 4 and 6, 6 is beauty, Tipperet, and 4 is mercy. So it's mercy and heart. And then on the other side, you got severity and heart. So it's kind of
Mm-hmm.
interesting too how they chose that. But furthermore, she was a redhead that they found, and they were hoping to have a moon child. So again,
Right.
it makes me think of Revelation 12 with this child being born standing on the moon. So,
Mm.
it's like, are they trying to capture something? And there was even talk about how they weren't successful. I mean, they claimed they wanted to believe they were, I think, but I think what it is they didn't realize was maybe they were, but not immediately. I mean, if
Mm.
magic can take a long time, I think sometimes. So I think whatever they did do wasn't going to happen for a while yet. But they were trying to usher in
Right.
this antichrist figure, basically, is what it is.
You
and
know, yeah. Really, really interesting, dude. The 46 thing, one of my weaves has been 1947, and how so many things
Mm.
happen in 1947. It kind of boggles the mind. So it makes me wonder if there's some sort of connection there with what they did in 46 and then all of the massive changes that happened in 1947. And so
Well,
just to
that would
name
be
off.
your 7th year.
Oh
That's your
yeah.
Sabbath Shemitah
Oh
type year.
yeah. No, totally. Yeah, exactly right. For sure. So there's so many things that happened in 1947. It's wild. So UFO sightings, there's this thing called the National Security Act where like the government essentially and all the branches, a lot of different institutions and organizations were like rearranged. I know Hillary Clinton was born in 47. I know Aleister Crowley died in 47. 47 was when the Black Dahlia murder happened. I think it was when the Hells Angels started was in 1947. I think the Air Force officially started, if I'm not mistaken, in 47. I think maybe the CIA even changed their name. Before that, it was the OSS in 1947. It was post World War II, and so there was just a lot of different changes in the air. And there's many more examples. Admiral Byrd's one of his major expeditions was in 1947, and so this year popped up for me so many different times that eventually I just had to look into it, and I was surprised to find even more connections. So anyways, maybe I should get into that at some point in a video or whatever. But just adding to your point, and then also too, I think you mentioned it even recently too, but like the paperwork for Israel to become like its own nation was signed in 46 or 47
Hmm.
and then became a thing in 48 or something like that. So
Yep.
right around the same timeline or whatever. But babe, I saw you unmute your audio. Do you have anything to say regarding Wormwood or just any of the stuff we're throwing out there?
Yeah, well, a couple things. I mean, I love the connection with the Wormwood star and stuff, and then potentially the moon, because the Artemisia family is quite large. And so another Artemisia that a lot of people are familiar with is mugwort. And mugwort and wormwood are they're in the same family. So they have some crossovers there. But one of the
Mm,
identifiers to both of these plants is that, the bottom side of their leaves are always silvery. And so it is connected with the moon, that silver color being connected with the moon. And then both of these plants also being connected to the goddess Artemis, who's the goddess of the hunt, and also Diana, so connected with the moon as well there. But I think too there's a massive amount of protection that comes from these plants. And so traditionally wormwood, would be dried and hung in the house to keep away unwanted guests. So there's some sort of protection thing going on here. And then, as most people know, it's like one of the main ingredients in absinthe. So it has those psychoactive effects from the chemical constituent known as thujone or thuone. Um,
mm,
and that is something to be noted as well. Because as we're talking about this, it seems as though there's just throughout the Bible, there's a lot of references to, mind alteration, and whether that be with incense or wine or plants, what have you. It's just really interesting that a lot of these plants carry a lot of the similar things. And then back to kind of the anti-parasitic thing, again, there's a purging and a cleansing effect with the plants that we're talking about as well today, the hyssop, and then again the wormwood having that
mm.
same sort of clearing and cleansing sort of action going on.
Awesome, awesome. Yeah, good points. Joshua, well, what do you think about that?
I was actually happy to hear her talk about the Artemis connection because, yeah, the moon. When we were talking about the moon, it made me think of Artemis, and but I forgot about the silver part. So that's really cool. Reminded me of moonbeams and moonlight. So I wonder,
Mm.
should you harvest wormwood in the moonlight? I don't know, but
Yeah, definitely. Totally.
and another thing it reminded me of is how within the scripture, the wormwood was kind of likened into this intoxicant. So we're always told to be sober and watchful, for the day of judgment will come upon you as a snare. Well, Artemis is a huntress, right? So she would be well acquainted with snares and traps and hunting devices and such. So kind of makes me wonder, like, what the connection could be there. Because at the time, the cults of Diana and Isis, or not, well, Isis too, but Artemis were really big. Diana was in Ephesus, major deity there. So it's hard to say if, what maybe the influences were here and how it got its name. But her brother is Apollo. And so when you combine her bow, which is the moon, the crescent moon, with his arrow of destruction, it kind of reminds me too of like the way they attack the parasites. But they also warred with giants. And so when we look at the word influenza, we see that in Latin it's influence of the stars, but in Italian it refers to influence of the giants. And so if indeed we have this parasitic giant stuff going on here, it's like almost divine retribution to cleanse the bloodlines, like we can't have any giants walking around now. We've already told you guys, and then so when that crops back up again, it's like, well, is that kind of connected to this wormwood stuff? Like now we got to force you to eat bitters, you're going to give the world a cleanse. So I think that this is probably something that happens frequently. But the parable of the wheat and the tares really gets into that too, about how the two plants look so similar until fruiting occurs, and it's not until they fruit that you can tell the difference. And so I think that there's probably something there too about how the giants have tried to mix with humans, and they're not huge anymore, so we can't really discern, like they look just like us, they're the same size and so on and so forth, but what's different is the fruit. And you mentioned wheat earlier, and I didn't think we were probably going to get around to wheat, so maybe this is a good time to mention that the difference between the wheat and the tare is that the wheat bows its crown, bows its head, whereas the tare stands up straight and haughty, prideful, so on and so forth. So that's how they can be told apart. So in the time of the harvest, which is the angels are the ones doing the reaping, I could imagine Artemis or Apollo being chief among them, perhaps, during the wild hunt. They're just like, all right, it's time to get hunting, guys. And they go off and do their thing. But just something to think about. Now, one more thing about that, though, is that Orion was noted as a hunter as well, and a half giant who did have a relationship with Artemis. So she was a little more soft on giants than Apollo and Zeus were. Apollo and Zeus just wanted them eradicated, period. But they wouldn't let Artemis have a child with Orion because it would have introduced giant blood into their divine blood.
Okay.
That's one of the interesting things you'll notice between Yahweh and Jupiter is that they both hate giants, and Odin, which Odin sometimes deals with them too. But that's something I've noticed between the three of those patriarchal entities, is that they all have a conflict with giants, or Enza, as it's known.
Yeah, no, that's really intriguing. Awesome. I'm just reminded, because we're talking about Wormwood, and I haven't thought about this in a while, and just thought I would mention that there's a show, Bub, I don't know if you remember this, but we watched, I think maybe it was just a one-time sort of thing, I don't think it was episodic, a movie on Netflix called Wormwood. And it was about the death of a scientist who was working on some aspect of the MK Ultra program. I don't know if you remember seeing that.
I do remember that, actually.
Was there any reference to Wormwood at all?
There was in the beginning, and actually, I'm pretty sure they quoted the Bible. I think the one of the quotes that Joshua that you read about the star falling into the water or over the water. I'm almost positive they opened the show. It's like one of the beginning scenes of the movie or show or whatever that was. But yes, I remember that. And it was a great storyline, actually, because it had something to do also with LSD and the military using LSD. And
Right.
it's a good one. I don't know if Netflix still has it. That was probably a good 4 years ago now or something like that when we came across that one. But,
Yeah.
yes, that's a great watch, and it's a really good one for sure.
Right, right, right.
Yeah.
Does wormwood have a strong psychedelic effect, or I mean,
Um,
what can it really
well,
do?
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say psychedelic necessarily. I mean, it's not gonna be like tripping out mushroom acid sort of stuff, but definitely mind altering, even more so than mugwort. And mugwort and wormwood both have thujone in it,
Mm,
in them, which is the psychoactive element in it. But wormwood is a bit stronger with it. And both these plants too, when you're looking at like traditional brewing recipes and things like that, both mugwort and wormwood were used to bitter beer, before hops were introduced into, mass beer brewing. Medicinal plants were where they were was how they achieved bitterness in certain natural herbal ferments and stuff like that. And so I know that even nowadays, if you were to make beer out of wormwood or mugwort and you find any traditional recipes, they even kind of like will warn you or caution you that gonna be there's more of like a dreamy, heady sort of I don't know, like head in the clouds floaty sort of feeling with these plants that will come. Um, so yeah, there is a bit of a
You're breaking up there, so we didn't hear the last few seconds. But I'll just share my experience regarding absinthe, and I don't know if this is the wormwood or something else, but and this actually only happened really once, so I don't know if it's like the technique of making absinthe or what, but I have some eye issues, and so my night vision isn't so great anymore. And so I'm very attentive to what I do at night and just making sure if I'm driving at night, I'm just extra cautious and things like that. I can still do normal stuff, but I just have to be very aware and alert of just what I'm doing at night. And so, anyway, we were at a friend's house and she had absinthe and we had some absinthe and I started feeling the effects of it at some point and it felt like a very light sort of potential maybe quasi pseudo trip. It wasn't like super intense or anything, but on our way home I realized that my night vision was significantly better, and so my eyes were dilated, and I could just see way more around me because I had driven this freeway so many different times at night. It wasn't a particularly moonlit night or anything like that, but what I was able to see in the distance was so much greater than it usually was, and I think it was all because of the absinthe. And I did a couple of tests that night because I noticed it, and so my eyes were dilated, and it was just allowing in a lot more light than usual. And so again, I don't know if that's the wormwood or something else, but just thought I would throw that out there.
that would help to strengthen the connection to the moon and Artemis. Being a hunter at night, makes
Ooh,
me think if you would take that as a hunter, because I know when you eat mushrooms, whether you want, I don't know if this is everybody, if everybody experiences this, but like, I feel like I'm well suited to hunt whenever I'm
yes,
eating mushrooms. Like, you just feel like,
totally.
all right, let's go hunting. I don't know why, but I just feel like, and jaguars will gnaw on the ayahuasca vines when they go hunting. So I think there's just something about it. Like maybe a long time ago, hunting parties would ingest these herbs and mushrooms and stuff and go hunting because it would make your visual acuity, your hearing, your extrasensory
Yes.
perception, like everything's heightened, and you're like the perfect predator in that moment when you're operating, outside your normal limitations of what light you can see and what sounds you can hear.
Excellent, excellent. Great point, man. I think you're totally
Those are
right.
great points.
Yeah, 100%. I even told Michelle, I'm like, maybe we should have some absinthe around. Should I need to drive at night a long distance, or should I need to do anything like this, say hunting, at night or whatever, that it could be used as a tool or an aid. I'd be very curious to know if wormwood actually, just on its own, would give you the same sort of sensation or what have you.
There's also eyebright, another herb that's known for helping with eyesight. So maybe that's one you could
Nice.
layer with that correspondence. And then I know belladonna is used to dilate eyes too, but it does it to such the extent that it, you couldn't really see. You can't be around light, but at nighttime, your eyes would look like saucers. And so belladonna would be another one, but that's usually in eye drops too. So the way to administer it, maybe wormwood and eyebright eye drops would be the most effective way. I don't know. Absinthe straight to the eye. I don't know.
Yeah. Exactly. Awesome.
Nice.
So any closing thoughts here regarding wormwood, or should we move on?
Well, do we know why it's called wormwood? Because that's kind of a colloquial term, I would imagine.
I do not know why, but I'll just say, given the parasitic nature of what we're talking about, the demiurge, half lion, half serpent, or half worm. That's kind of a common sort of thing, is that it's half worm. And even some of the older illustrations of the demiurge, it's half worm, half lion. So lion head, worm body sort of thing. And some people have said that the demiurge, like that illustration or that sort of concept, that it looks kind of parasitic. And so people have made comparisons to the demiurge being a parasite, and the archons being very parasitic in nature and all that kind of stuff. So
one of the names for him is Ariel, which is the time we're in now. So it's food for thought.
yeah.
Now also the sign for the medicine industry, or the medicinal sign of the staff with the worm on it, that could also be maybe the same type of worm thing that we're dealing with here. Because what they would do is they'd take that stick and roll it around the worm and pull the worm out by rolling it around the stick. So that just became like an advertisement for this service. Like, hey, you got worms, come here and I'll pull them out of you. So that person would probably be well acquainted with certain herbs like wormwood and others that maybe were used to coax out the verm that dieth not.
Sure,
so maybe Ariel or the demiurge got associated with parasites that would alter your behavior and such.
I think perhaps. Also, this is reminding me of a couple of things, kind of coming around full circle with the Whore of Babylon stuff. But the Whore of Babylon is strongly connected to the Strength card, which is the card that corresponds with Leo. And so in Crowley's version of the Strength card, he calls it Lust. You literally see the Whore of Babylon holding the chalice of filth or abominations or whatever, and she is on an abomination of a lion with 7 heads and things like that, and a serpentine tail and all of that. And even one of the guys who's really high up in, I always get it confused, but I think it's the OTO, Lon Milo Duquette. In his deck, he shows the Lust card, and it's literally the Whore of Babylon riding the Demiurge, like in a sexual manner sort of thing. So so there's all of that, given the fact that we just talked about Marjorie Cameron and everything else.
The tail in I think the Crowley deck as well depicts the tail. It's like a little Ariel demiurge at the head of a lion.
Yeah, totally. Exactly.
But it reminded me of toxoplasmosis as well.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, exactly right. Michelle knows all about toxoplasmosis. I think she's the most infected person on the planet. That's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, it might be actually. Oh my God. But I'll just say before we move on, 5-gallon Philip and the Wormwood to cleanse. Turns out my bad vision, including poor night vision, was related to the presence of intestinal parasites. And actually, when you were talking about this, I thought about this. I thought about just parasites and wormwood, and if the absinthe was the thing that helped you, and I do remember that. Yeah, maybe there's something much deeper there that
Mm.
we should explore, because that's a really good insight. I'm really glad they shared that. Thank you for putting that into the chat, and then just encouraging that turpentine is a really powerful anti-parasitic. Pine gum spirits are super powerful. So anyway, yeah, I mean, all
Nice.
these thoughts are really great. I'm loving this. So very cool.
Is that like turpentine, pine gums, like
Yeah,
pine sap?
I think so, yeah, because I know turpentine is from the pine. And we've been talking a lot about, pine and sulfur and DMSO, all these remedies that are and turpentine as well, it would be in this category of just being high in sulfur and how valuable sulfur is to us and our bodies, and how cleansing and clearing and opening it is to, our senses, our skin, anyway, just very crucial for detoxing. So, yeah.
It's interesting that you had mentioned that, because when we were reading about Wormwood earlier in the scripture with Jeremiah, he was comparing the people to Sodom and Gomorrah. And those two cities were famously destroyed by sulfur. In fact, some of the excavations that have occurred there, they were still finding balls of sulfur that didn't completely burn up. So
Wow.
if you consider like what the act was going on there was to purify that land, it was a ton of sulfur that did it. So, you know, in medicine, we sometimes say that the poison's in the dose, right? So a little bit of sulfur probably good, yeah, but like a lot of sulfur, and it's like, well, the population went to zero.
Yeah, yeah,
But that would be
exactly.
the same with any medicine, you know, is too much of a good thing might kill you.
Right.
Yep.
Totally.
100%. Nice, nice. That was a fun one too. Wormwood. Very cool. I like this weave. Um, but we do have one final plant to talk about, or tree, and it's the almond tree and almond symbolism. So there were a lot of almond orchards where I grew up, and so there's a lot of different types of orchards where I grew up. I've said that a few times: figs, almonds, etc. It's the Central Valley of California, so it is a breadbasket location, creating lots of produce for people. But Joshua, what do you have to say regarding almonds?
Well, I was trying to think of a good joke about Moses and Aaron being the original rock band named the Allman Brothers, but I couldn't think of a way, I couldn't think of a good way to frame it. So I thought I'll just kind of share that. But yeah, I got a few verses here. So let's share. This is kind of the weirdest one. So let's share this one first, because it doesn't relate as directly to the others as the others do. So in Genesis 30:37, we're talking about how Jacob prospers. Now, before he got his consort and started having children and such, um, he had to first earn his first wife by working for Laban. So this is the context that we're in here. So, verse 36, then he put a 3-day journey between himself and Jacob, while Jacob was shepherding the rest of Laban's flocks, because he did work for him. Jacob, however, took fresh branches of poplar, almond, and plane trees and peeled the bark, exposing the white inner wood of the branches. Then he set the peeled branches in the watering troughs in front of the flocks coming in to drink, so that when the flocks were in the heat that came to drink, they actually separated themselves. It cut off there with the rest of the verse.
Hmm.
So this is how he chose his flock, was he put up these barriers of branches that he had peeled the bark off of and set it at the watering troughs. And then when the goats and sheep and stuff came, they separated themselves, and that's how he chose his flock, was in that way. And then there's another verse, I think it talks about whether or not they had spots on them. I think he ended up taking all the ones with spots. So really weird how the trees were being used here in the water troughs, and it kind of reminds me of witching for water. So I'd wonder if maybe those species of poplar, almond, and plane trees, of course, it doesn't mention willow, so I don't know if this could just be speculation, but it does talk about poplar, almond, and plane trees being used. So I would
Hmm.
imagine you were trying to find a well, maybe those would be some of the trees you would use because maybe they seek water. But anyway, that's the one of the weirder almond references I had here. And then I got a couple more. In Jeremiah 1:11, it's the call of Jeremiah. In verse 10, it says, "See, I have appointed you today over nations and kingdoms to uproot and tear down, to destroy and overthrow, to build and plant." And the word of the Lord came to me asking, "Jeremiah, what do you see?" "I see a branch of an almond tree," I replied. "You have observed correctly," said the Lord, "for I am watching over my word to accomplish it." So here we see the almond branch being likened unto the work of the Lord, and that he's going to tear down all the other kingdoms and uproot them and then plant an almond tree or something of that sort. And then we got another one. I think I got two more on the almond. So in this one, we got Aaron's staff buds, Numbers 17:8. And what's really cool about this in particular example is that one of the few items that was left in the Ark of the Covenant were the 10 Commandments on the stone tablets, the omer count bread, which was a vessel filled with bread, essentially, and then Aaron's rod that budded. So here we're going to read about this, Aaron's staff buds. Verse 7, "Then Moses placed the staves before the Lord in the tent of the testimony." Again, the triangle, dalet, symbol, delta, where that's the tent door is kind of what we're thinking of here. Verse 8, "The next day Moses entered the tent of the testimony and saw that Aaron's staff, representing the house of Levi, had sprouted, put forth buds, blossomed, and produced almonds. Then Moses brought out all the staffs from the Lord's presence to all the Israelites. They saw them, and each man took his own staff." So this is how they were choosing the high priest, as every shepherd from each of the tribes. So you could think of it as each of the 12 zodiacs as well, each represented by a stone, which was worn by the high priest. They each had a staff. Perhaps they were all different species, even, who knows? But Aaron's happened to be almond, and his was the one that the Spirit of the Lord chose and caused it to blossom and fruit. So what an interesting way to choose, right? Who could deny that? So what we're looking at here on the screen would look a lot like what Aaron's rod would look like. Imagine having a walking stick, and then everybody puts their rod in the Ark of the Covenant, and then yours comes out looking like that. That would be quite an auspicious sign. But so that's how the Aaron was selected. And, his house of Levi is really interesting because that's where the Levites became known as the priests afterward, was because they were from the line of Aaron. Levi could also relate to Leviathan, which is this serpent in the sea. And they were the stewards of the Ark of the Covenant, and they were not allowed to be numbered or counted. So when there was any counting going on, they were excluded because the Levites were considered the first fruits. And so this law of the matrix, where the firstlings pass through the matrix, your first son would then basically become a Levite, essentially. And I got one more here on the almond from Exodus 25:33. This is referring to the menorah, or the golden lampstand. Verse 32, 6 branches are to extend from the sides of the lampstand, 3 on one side and 3 on the other. There are to be 3 cups shared like almond blossoms on the first branch, each with buds and petals. Then 3 on the next branch, and the same for all 6 branches that extend up from the lampstand. And on the lampstand there shall be 4 cups shaped like almond blossoms with buds and petals. So we see here that the almond was quite exalted in this regard, as it was used to decorate the menorah itself, which would be coursing with olive oil at the same time. So a lot of fruitfulness being represented there, which is a big theme, and of course in the Judaic religion. But what's more is that the menorah itself is associated with these feast days, and of course Aaron being the high priest, we see that direct connection there with the almond and the high priest. So it's not something I would have normally drawn a conclusion of, except when I've read these excerpts here, it made me really appreciate the almond a lot more.
Yeah.
And I think you guys mentioned there was like an almond you can't eat, like there's a poison one, a bitter almond or something, and then there's the good one.
Yes, definitely. There is, just like the fig, how you had mentioned the same thing with the fig. And so the sweet almond is the one that you want to consume. And if I if I'm you can correct me if I'm wrong, anyone in the chat too, but I'm pretty sure that it's the sweet almonds have pink flowers, and then the almonds that are bitter are white flowers with like a little bit of pink. And so the pink ones are feminine, and then the bitter ones are masculine. And which I find interesting about the color pattern of the flower is that if it's a white flower with a little bit of pink, it kind of is very representative of the masculine energy, that the whole idea that we're all at conception, or when we're birthed, we're all isn't it that we're all female, and then the testicles end up dropping like at one
Yeah.
point? And so if that
Yeah.
flower is white, but there's a little bit of pink in there, so it's like within every
Mm.
male, there's a female aspect and vice
Mm.
versa. Anyway, that was one of the little connections, doctrine of signatures, that came to mind with that whole weave. And the almond is also in the rose family. So then you have that Venus connection there again.
Ah. Ooh, that's
And the
really
holy
intriguing.
bramble
Yeah,
Yeah. Totally.
makes
definitely.
roses as well.
Yes.
That descent,
Wow.
the descent of the testicles, that's the cremaster cycle that you've discussed before, Mario, correct?
Yes, correct. Yeah, exactly.
And
That's
it makes
apparently the whole metaphor for that film series, the Cremaster Cycle.
the differentiation between male and female, yeah. And it makes you more likely to suffer a hernia too, because it weakens your muscle wall as the testes descend. So that's why women are less likely to develop hiatal and inguinal hernias, is because their muscle tissue hasn't been weakened, except of course a C-section will most certainly do that. But in males, it's naturally weakened when the testes descend down through there. So be careful when you're lifting, because I actually contracted a hernia several years ago, and it was a horrible experience. So always practice team lifts, guys.
Totally.
Nice.
Intriguing stuff, dude. Babe, your Venus connection I think is really well put too. And the rose, right? Because when we refer to the Vesca Pisces, oftentimes people say it's almond shaped, right? And so the Vesca Pisces being a gateway portal sort of thing, it's two overlapping circles, the Venn diagram. That's what our eyes. Yep, exactly. I see that. Joshua just put that in the in our private chat here. But yeah, almond shaped eyes, 100%. And so that tends to be the shape that people refer to when you're talking about the Vesca Pisces, which is obviously very, very feminine. It also makes the Jesus fish ichthys symbol as well that you see in the Virgo glyph and all of that. And then the Aaron's rod thing, Joshua, that's really intriguing to me, and I need to do more research about all of this. But there are examples within the tarot where, as an example, the Ace of Wands, so all of the ace cards, if it's the Ace of Wands, it'll just be a hand holding a wand or just a picture or illustration of a wand. Oftentimes, it looks like Aaron's rod. Like there are leaves and there are flowering buds and everything that are kind of like coming off of it. And so my understanding is that Aaron's rod, right? It's a wand like symbol, and then the fact that it's actually still alive and producing, that's the whole thing with it, right?
Yeah.
Is that it's detached from the tree, but yet it's still very much alive and thriving and all of that. That is like just beautiful, even just to kind of consider and think about. And then
so just
also
seeing that card now, you can think of the the act of that rod blossoming in the ark now. So the Ace of Wands, to me, kind of has that meaning now. Before it didn't, but now it does.
I see northern symbolism all over the place. Ask, well, anyone who follows my channel will know that, right? But Michelle too, she has to hear about it all day long, week after week. But I just think about the world axis and all of the things that represents, and that wand being very much emblematic of the same thing, the trunk of the world tree. It's almost like a substitute symbol for the world tree as well, I would say. But I was just looking up almond stuff, and the first thing that popped up, and it speaks to some of the stuff you were saying, Joshua. It says, as the first flower of the year, the blossom is the awakener, hence it depicts watchfulness. So I'm not sure if that's entirely accurate, but here it's saying that the almond tree, it might produce one of the first flowers of the new year. So that's pretty interesting too. I'm gonna have to look into that.
So it's one of the first blossoms, huh? That's really interesting. So isn't it one of the last fruits to be harvested, though? Like it's one of the first blossoms, but last fruits?
I'm not sure about that. That would be interesting, though.
Yeah, that would be, because there are some biblical references to the first being last and the last being first and things like that. And of course, we see the almonds being very much exalted in the temple because it's on the menorah. And one of the things I wanted to point out about that was we have 6 branches with 3 buds apiece, so that's 18. And then the central branch, which is the 7th, there we got our 7th symbolism again, which is related to Pentecost. On that lampstand, we have 4 cups shaped like almond blossoms. So in total, you have 22. And 22 divided by 7 is 3.14, or pi. So I think that was probably meant to be, because there's 22 Hebrew characters as well. So really, each one of those blossoms represents a Hebrew letter. And divided by the 7 feast days, you get 3.14, which I think is really cool, because then I started going through the Bible, and at least in the Old Testament anyway, and looking at chapter 3, verse 14. And when you do that in Exodus, it's when he gives Moses his name at the burning bush as I am the great I am. That's Exodus 3.14. And then Genesis is a really interesting one too. I think it involves like the serpent and the fall, because chapter 3 is talking about the fall in the Garden of Eden. So, so I think there's like, obviously there's a code going on there, but to get, because right, you're just right there with the menorah having 22 blossoms, or 22 characters divided by 7, 3.14. Then you got your acacia arc with the ratio of 2.5 to 1.5, giving you the fine structure constant of 1.6, which is phi. I mean, right there, you got 2 huge mathematical symbols encrypted into all this. And I just think that's so wild. Not to mention the glyph for Jupiter has that spiral on it. It's a stylized 4 with a phi spiral coming off it. And so there's your like handiwork or whatever. So you could think of when you think about creation, when I see these patterns, I sometimes wonder, is that we talking about the law of signatures and stuff earlier too. So I think consider like the geometric patterns and things as being maybe a part of that too.
Right. Nice, dude. That's awesome. Yeah. The mathematical stuff, it really, it's so deep and it's so relevant. It's not generally how I weave, but I know that it's extremely potent, and I've seen so many examples that leads me to believe that what you're saying is probably correct, and that it's not just a coincidence, And so we know, that people have been encoding things like this forever. The cryptography sort of nature of all of this. There's just so many different levels to it. So excellent points. And speaking of which, one of the things that I'm, was noticing is almond. So I thought of all, right? That makes sense. AL, and then mond, like mound or mond, MONDE, being world, right? And so all mound, arguably, the mound is kind of a reference to me as like a sacred center sort of thing. The mound is a very feminine sort of thing. And when you talk about sacred centers, it could be a mound, it could be a mountain, it could be a world tree, it could be all these different things. So when I see all mound, all mond, that's what I tend to think of, is this all mound sort of thing. This potentially mond, MONDE, being world, all world sort of thing. I don't know. I might be stretching here, but I think there's something to be
I
said
think in
about the word almond.
Spanish, that is world in Spanish, right? Monde,
Is it Monde? Yeah, I've never even said it. MONDE. Yeah, or maybe it's French. I don't know,
I think
but
it's mundo. Mundo, I think, is world in Spanish.
Yeah, exactly.
okay. Yeah, right. All right. Yeah, for sure. So, anyways, just some thoughts regarding almond there, all mound.
Which would kind of remind me of Pangea, the all of the land kind
Yeah.
of vibe.
Right. Totally. Nice. Yeah. See, almonds, I've never even considered the symbolic implications of almonds in the almond tree, honestly, until this week. So this is awesome. I'm not surprised that there's lots of deep stuff going on with it. That's why it's so cool to finally just give some of these symbols or whatever plants their time, because once you do, once again, you realize that they're all kind of teachers and they all are multifaceted and multi-layered.
And it's also a
definitely.
sign, it's a sign too of the fertility of the land. I know in California, you guys sometimes have droughts. And of course, right now you're not.
No,
but the almond harvests out there have been in jeopardy because of the droughts. And so you can only really have almonds too in areas that have predictable rainfall and things of that nature. So it's almost like an indicator species for your climate in a way too.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Nice.
They require tons of water.
I believe that. Yeah, totally. Very cool, guys. Well, I believe that concludes the list that we have here with the however many plants we ended up doing, 10 or 11 plants or whatever. But this was really fun. So just saying, over the last couple of conversations that we've had, we've pretty much gone like 4.5 or 5 hours on biblical plants. So I think that's pretty cool. So once again, if people are interested in more of this information, they could check out the show we did on Tuesday on Michelle's channel. And I'm sure we'll be doing it again at some point down the road. Any final thoughts, babe? I think you're probably going to get out of here. And Joshua, I'd be happy to continue talking to you. I have other images in the slideshow. And so if there is anything that you really wanted to bring up, we can go over some of that material and weave it out. It's entirely your call too. So I know it's later where you're at as well. So it's
I
up
took
to
a
you.
nap earlier specifically so that I could be energized enough to do whatever. So
Nice,
I'm good
nice.
with it.
Okay, right on. Michelle, any final thoughts before you take off?
This has just been great. I've loved every moment of this, and I'm really excited about this whole plant weave and all the things that I'm learning. And just wanted to say thank you again to Joshua and for bringing your knowledge and proposing this idea, because this is the beginning of something that I could see unfurling for a while here. And yeah, thank you, babe, for having me on and asking me to come back, and so we can conclude this section of our talk. I really appreciated it, and it's been nice to just kind of weave it out with you guys.
Definitely. And as I said earlier, if you guys are interested in following Michelle, you can find all of her links at michelleshealinghome.com, and I have some of her links in the description down below. But yeah, no, I'm glad you came, and I think you added some valuable things to the conversation. And I will see you as soon as we're wrapped up here, okay?
Yep, sounds good.
Thank you for
love you.
Good night.
Bye.
Thank
Love
you
you
for
too.
going out on a limb with me, Michelle.
Anytime. I like to go out on the limbs, that's for sure.
She does.
Alrighty. Well,
Alrighty.
Joshua, you have a great rest of your weekend, and yeah, we'll see you later, babe. Love you. Have a good rest
See
of your
ya.
stream. All right.
Yep.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Nice. All right. So there are a handful of images that you provided me on Telegram, and so they're all in the slideshow. And there are just, obviously, what you sent me, and so there's a handful of different things we could talk about. If you wanted me to pull up one of those images, if there's something else that you perhaps wanted to bring up that maybe doesn't require a slide or whatever, man, pretty much like wherever you want to go, I'm happy to follow your lead. So let me know what you're thinking.
Yeah, let's just, I guess, go to one of the slides maybe, and we can just kind of play it by ear. You know how scatterbrained I am, so I'm sure I'll go a few different directions.
All right. Well, how about this? I'm going to pick the most intriguing stuff that you sent me. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool. So one of the things I thought of during our conversation here is this image here that you provided. And so I've actually talked about this on a few other streams. I have my own opinions about some of the symbolism here. If this relates to anything else within the imagery set that you sent me, I can obviously pull that up as an example. I think either right before or right after you sent this image along too, which is really interesting because I've been studying this image on my own recently. And then Benjamin Balderson, a good friend of the show, he sent this to Michelle to show me. And so there's a lot of things to kind of break down and discuss here. So maybe one of these images we can start off with here.
Okay. Well, they do kind of interrelate. I guess
Sure.
since we're referenced the other one earlier, maybe go to it first, and then that way I can make some of those astrological associations. At the top there, we see Aries, Taurus, and Gemini.
Yeah.
So if we kind of trace down to the point in the center, it kind of does make what looks like a 45-degree angle or something about like that. So when you think about your arc degrees, you kind of have that angle there. And of course, we got a phoenix there in the center where the Venus glyph is. But we got our snakes, your Ida, your Pingala, your twin serpents, as it were, the male and female energies, which again, we got the sun here and the moon, so your masculine and feminine there as well. So when we got the two snakes together there, that's kind of like the divine marriage, the Eros Gamos, or the divine wedding that's taking place there. But so really, you got your entire great work summed up in this. And this is what I think too is so important, is that those first 3 months in that zodiac are kind of emblazoned there at top as being like the central. I mean, all of your other feast days start after Aries, where Nisani begins, because that's a set time. Like you begin a new year after the first light of the moon after the spring equinox. So that's when Aries begins. So it's like setting the cadence or the rhythm, and then your others follow. So between the Lamb up there and Gemini, which is when you would find Pentecost, you would have roughly about 50 days in between there. So I tried to calculate it, and I thought, well, each day you have so many different degrees, or each month you'd have so many different degrees in the arc. Well, we got 12 zodiac signs, so that would kind of imply that each month is about 5 degrees or something like that. So this could be 15 degrees in that sense too. So I've been trying to figure out, but see, I don't sail or, use the stars for navigation. So some of these things are lost on us if we don't use them. So I've been trying to figure out how to practically use these things a little bit more so that I can gain that insight that we're missing when we don't practice the thing. Now, that said, I think also these stars up here could be important. That one up there by Gemini kind of reminds me of the one that the Hermit's holding. So I'm thinking that these are probably featuring like Aldebaran is probably, prominent here, and the one in Gemini. So I'd say there's probably some association too with specific stars. But we look down below and we see these mounds of earth Kind of reminds me of your almond reference there earlier. But
Yeah, exactly.
this is where it kind of starts relating back to the other image, because it's a little more detailed and less esoteric. So in the other image, we kind of get it lettered out a little bit, where around the rim it says Visitia interioria terrere rectificando venes occultum lapidum. So in other words, it's referring to the interior of the earth. You'll find the stone in the interior of the earth. Purifying it, you will find the hidden stone, in other words. So go inward and find that stone, which I think is the pineal gland, personally. And again, I think that this was the entire aim of the feast days that were set up in Deuteronomy and Leviticus, was so that the priesthood could tap into this, awakened state, this priesthood state where they had awakened pineal glands. Well, if you think about it, the Levites were the ones that directly communicated with Yahweh. And so how would that be possible? Well, if the pineal gland was awakened and receptive, then this could be done quite easily. And I'm sure that would please the spirit, being able to actually communicate with his followers a little bit more easily, right? So I think that it served a very practical sense too, because it allowed that two-way communication where the prayer and listening could take place, which is where the scribing and writing down of the word of God, so on and so forth, kind of took place. And we even see people like Crowley trying to do stuff like that today, where he would try to channel a spirit or something and dictate what was given to him. Well, that's essentially what they were doing in the temple, except they were tuned into a different entity, Jehovah in this case. So you see here, we got the star at the bottom with 7 points on it, so representing each of the phases of alchemy. And around the edge here, we got this blue and red eagle. Well, that would represent like the physical body and the soul. So like your red blood and the blue body. And then over here on this other side with the lion, you got the green and the yellow. Well, the green is kind of representing this aqua regia, which is able to consume gold. So when we see the green lion eating the sun in some of those other alchemical panels, that's representing that. I think it's nitric acid and sulfuric acid combined to form the aqua regia, or king's water. And then the king's water is able to then eat the gold, and it has it in solution. Now, when it does that, I think it looks red, actually. So it's not, it's green when it's in the state of like copper sulfate, I think. So as these processes are taking place, we have what's called the prima mater, or the black mother, being created and polished and refined into the alchemical gold at the other end of the process. And so when we get to the king's water, aqua regia stage, that's when we're almost to the stage where the gold's going to precipitate out, and we're going to have, pure gold. So, these are representing the different phases. Now, what I think is interesting here about the chains kind of showing the interlinked, interconnected relationship here is that God, some say that God, it's the name God itself, could represent sulfur, mercury, and salt, kind of linking back to the alchemical symbols themselves. So I also wonder if maybe there's a little bit of that going on here as well. And so again, we kind of mentioned sulfur earlier. And so the salts would be like all the earthly minerals. Sulfur would be like oils. And then mercury is the intermediary between them that kind of carries the charge or helps the two combine. So like we saw on that other panel with the two snakes intertwining, that would be your successful union there. Yes, thank you. And of course, your crowns are created of gold. And even gold leaf work, which is, something that we see in the temple a lot of times. So there's artistry and beauty and things like that. It's just not like a lump of gold. There's been thoughtful application applied to it. So these crowns kind of almost remind me too of the pillars in the temple, where some of them were very had the flare on it and very flowery looking, like a Corinthian style. So you notice how it's a very simple crown, and then you see the queen and king crown get united, and then becomes the bigger crown up top.
Mm-hmm.
So that's like the hermaphrodite, or the combined feminine and masculine. And if you go back to that other panel, we can talk about how there are also several luminaries involved here.
Mm-hmm.
So we got the sun and the moon, Luna and Sol, Mars. You got your Venus. Notice how Mars is red. It's with its association to iron. Venus, copper, which of course it looks red until it oxidizes, then it turns green. So the Statue of Liberty is a really good example of that.
Oh, yeah.
And then, of course, you got your Jupiter, which looks a little funny here. I don't see it depicted that way very often, but in the alchemical version, I guess that's how it would look. And then you got your Saturn symbol there, which, I think is an interesting symbol in of itself, too, because it reminds me of a hand scythe that you would use to harvest.
Yep.
And, of course, a cross. And if you mirrored it, you would actually get a heart with a cross in the center, which looks a lot like a globus cruciger to me, personally.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
And of course, the Venus sigil there, the Venus glyph looks just like the globus cruciger, but inverted. So, and of course, you got your Mercury symbol that looks just the same. So I think a lot of this is pointing to the globus cruciger, meaning that like he who had authority was granted it as a part of this great work that takes place. So when we think of the concept of philosopher kings, they would be trying to achieve this alchemical state within themselves, so that they were qualified to be a philosopher king, as it were. So without that work, this is kind of why some kings maybe didn't have respect or something, because if they didn't have enough life experience or something like that, they were being given something when they hadn't earned it. I think, well, in other cases, you got kings that earned it, and they would kind of have the respect that was given through like wise old age and things like that.
Right.
But this symbol, again, we could kind of look at that globus cruciger there. You can kind of reimagine it as a pomegranate, right?
Sure. Yeah, no, exactly. Right. Wow. I mean, there is so much to say about both of these. I guess let's just start with this guy here. Or these are, from my perspective, some of the things I'm seeing, and I completely agree with you on so many different things. So I think it's very intriguing as an example that Taurus is right there, in the middle of this central pillar, right? And that's how I tend to see a lot of these older alchemical illustrations, is that, when we're looking at modern Freemasonic artwork, as I've gone over in other shows, you have the pillars, right? The severity, the mercy, Boaz, Jachin. And so when you see those two mounds, I very much see a very similar sort of thing. So there would therefore be a lunar mound, and then there would be a solar mound, right? So there's a feminine and then a masculine mound. So to me, what I see is I see implied pillars. And therefore, there's a central pillar, there's a middle pillar. So it would be the third pillar, or as I've kind of been saying lately, perhaps a first pillar in actuality. And that central pillar, to me, all pillars really are mercurial in nature, and Mercury very much relates to the phallus. So there's heavy phallic energy, and there's even older statues called Herms or Hermas, and they have just a large erect phallus, and it's a mercurial symbol. And so Mercury is like related to this divine androgyne sort of concept. So there's many people who have broken down, the wandering stars and kind of their masculine and feminine counterparts. So most people know, traditionally people see Venus being feminine, Mars being masculine, Jupiter being more masculine, Saturn being more feminine, etc. The lunar symbol being more feminine, the solar symbol being more masculine. But Mercury is if you're looking at the 7 traditional planets, Mercury stands on its own and it embodies both the masculine and the feminine. So those two serpents, arguably, there's a feminine serpent and a masculine serpent, but here they are in unison going up this central pillar, which corresponds with Mercury. And so the fact that Mercury pretty much is related to the unification, I guess, of polarity or duality, and Mercury is able to kind of, ride this spectrum when need be, for manifestation purposes or what have you. Mercury is very fluid. Mercury is a shapeshifter. Mercury is very slick. And so when I'm doing my personal research, I'm blown away at all of the mercurial associations that I've learned over time. And I just realized at a certain point, I'm like, oh, that's the deal. At first, it was kind of frustrating because I'm like, why is Mercury associated with like merchants? And it's also a trickster energy, but he's also a traveler and he's also a magician and he's also phallic, but there's this fluid nature to him. There's a feminine thing and a masculine thing. And I'm like, oh, that's the whole entire deal. He encompasses and embodies all of these different things. And so I relate that central pillar as being very mercurial. And what I tend to see is that Mercury is a psychopomp, so he's the guide of souls, and he is able to go from realm to realm via the world axis, via the trunk of the world tree. And so this central pillar is a synthesis to me of the two other energies. And so when I see something like this, I tend to see that there are two energies being acknowledged, overtly with the sun and the moon, but that central energy is more mercurial. And in my opinion, very much related to the world axis, but also very much related to like what you're saying, our pineal gland. And so a lot of people, when they're talking about Kundalini energy, the symbolism that's associated with that, it is these two pillars, these two serpents going up your spine, and then your pineal gland is right there. It's your third eye. And in my Illuminati symbolism presentation, I get into the idea that Polaris is, symbolically the eye of God and has a correspondence with our third eye. And so it's the pineal gland. So pine, as in like spine, or as in like pine tree. I made that correspondence in that presentation. So to me, I just think it's a lot of the same sort of stuff, basically. And so, opening your third eye, I see that too right here with everything, relating to that central column. But what were you going to say?
Sometimes you'll see these snakes in alchemy too. Like one will be crowned and the other won't. Typically, one will have wings and one won't. So again, the female and male snakes look differently a lot of times in alchemy, alchemical illustrations. But one of the other things I would like to point out here is that we see a fire down in the bottom with the delta symbol there, which actually looks more like a geometric figure, like a pyramid, which means middle fire. And so in science, this symbol means heat. Whoops. So the application of heat would be under the vessel there to generate the reactions within that closed system. So a lot of times mercury is known as some type of substance that's being used in that engine. So the reaction that's taking place, you're trying to remove those impurities and purify the gold. But mercury is also a toxin as well. So one thing that I wanted to point out before we got off this slide was, look at the events that have been taking place over the last couple of years again. So it's called something that means crown, right?
Yes.
First of all. Second of all, the first time ever, normally the squalene in it would be derived from sharks, but in this case was derived from pythons. So there we got a snake element. So we got a crown element, we got a snake element. Then you can find the constellation of the snake in Serpens caput and cauda. Well, Serpens cauda is the tail, Serpens caput is the head. It's the only constellation I know that's split in two. But right above Serpens caput, you'll find Corona borealis, or the northern crown. So, and right here we see the serpent with the crown once again. So what else do these therapeutics have in them? Mercury. So I think that what we've been seeing the last couple of years was a huge alchemical experiment
Mm.
that relates to serpents and the crowning of the serpent and all these things, which is a really weird motif you can find in G.I. Joe. Like, it was huge plot arcs and that about this crowned serpent, and they were mind controlling everybody, and it's
Right.
kind of wild when you really start going down that rabbit hole, what all is relating to that, and the serpent stealing the crown of authority from Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. So it's kind of ubiquitous. So it makes me sometimes wonder about the role of Mercury, and what he's really up to.
Yeah, it's all roles.
She.
That's how I interpret it, is that it's all roles, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And so that seems to me what I've kind of picked up over time personally, and this is how I just look at things, is that there are different groups have different words for spirit or ether. And so it's the thing between everything else. It's kind of the primordial substance that everything else is made out of. I gave a presentation called Decoding Chaos. I think arguably you can say that spirit, you can refer to it as chaos, and order came out of chaos. So that means that the material world came, and the patterns of the material world of Mother Nature and everything else came out of this chaotic sort of substance, this primordial substance. A book I was reading actually about H.P. Lovecraft, this guy put it really well, and he goes, to people who practice voodoo, voodoo is spirit. And so there's going to be other groups who are maybe they're Satanists, and they're going to refer to Satan, but they're actually referring to spirit. And other people, the Vril Society, they refer to it as Vril, And so for me personally, what I'm picking up is that Mercury is one of these substitute words for spirit. And so that's why it's so, it's just all over the place with what it means and all of the different things it embodies and everything else. And which is also why I tend to see it in everything, is because I think that's one of the deep encodes with Mercury, is that it relates very strongly to spirit. And so, which is why the Magician card, as an example, is ruled by Mercury, and why a lot of different lodge groups and Freemasonry and stuff, we're dealing with Hermeticism, Hermes, Mercury, Thoth. So anyway, so just thought I would throw that out there. I'm really glad you're pointing out the crowns. And that's really fascinating, because even when I was looking at it on my own, I didn't realize that there were so many of them. There's actually 4 crowns, right, on that central pillar. And the whole idea that it's pointing to Taurus is fascinating. And I think I'll just point this out, but Manly P. Hall, in his, great work, The Secret Teachings of All Ages, I'm not sure if that's been a reference for you at all or not, but yeah. So literally, I'm pretty sure like the first print when you actually get into the book, because I think he might have like an illustration of Saint Germain or something, and then the book begins. But the first plate is called The World Religions or something along those lines, and it literally shows you all of the various ways, these different world religions came about, like the origin story of all these different religions. And it's really easy to miss, but what he's basically saying about all these world religions is that they all have heavy Taurus, symbolism attached to some of their origin stories. And so he literally, from top down, he has something similar of what's being shown in this illustration of showing Taurus in the night sky, or Taurus in the sky. And then he shows, the golden heifer, and then he shows, this bull breaking the cosmic egg, like right in front of Muhammad. And then he shows all of these different examples. He shows the Apis bull from Egypt, and he shows Mithras slaying the bull as well. And so he's showing the bull connection with all of these religions. And so to me, the fact that that is what's being highlighted at the very beginning of his book called The Secret Teachings of All Ages, that is really interesting. And so, this must relate to the age of Taurus, in some way, shape, or form, I would imagine.
Oh, indeed. And I don't know if we'll be getting to the other slide that has the Sephiroth and the human figure compared with it. But if we do, that would be a good time to bring up the Taurus thing again. But I do have a couple of other things to talk about before we get off this slide.
Please.
So when you were talking about Mercury, you got me thinking again, and I thought, oh, wow, this whole experiment thing, a lot of folks call that the mark of the beast that's in Revelation 13. And what's weird about that is it's not only is it a therapeutic in the way it was presented, but the completion of that prophecy is that you have to have it to buy, sell, or trade, which are all very mercurial
Oh yeah,
things with
sure.
commerce.
Hmm.
So you got Mercury in it, and you have to have this Mercury to buy, sell, or trade, essentially, is what it boils down to. So that really hit me hard here,
Mm.
just thinking I hadn't made that connection yet. Because you're right, he is everywhere. And commerce is where he's very popular. Also, with the postal, I think the post office uses him a lot too as a messenger kind of symbol.
Yeah,
You can
yeah,
also
totally.
you find Mercury dimes also. So there's a silver dime that's even made. One of the other things I wanted to mention here was the Moses did this in the desert where he raised up the brazen serpent on a cross to cure the Israelites that had been bitten by the flying serpents. So again, we have one of these serpents in alchemy usually having wings, one having crown. Well, they were
Hmm.
being plagued by these flying serpents that were biting them. And so Moses was instructed to put up a cross, a towel, and then fix a serpent to it. Well, look at this picture right here. And what do we see? Two serpents crawling up across.
Yeah.
So, again, I think that there's something there about maybe helping those Israelites get to the authority where they had the authority. Because what does it say when you accept Christ as your salvation? You get the authority to trample over serpents and scorpions and all those sorts of things. So you gain authority
Mm.
over those kingdoms. And so I think that what was going on there was Moses in some way was initiating them into a higher authority so that they had
Mm.
authority over these flying serpents or something like that. And in Genesis, there's the ancient prophecy of the seed of the woman crushing the head of the serpent. So there again,
Yeah.
well, we find it there as well. But that wasn't until after the fall that that decree was made. So that's kind of interesting.
Totally, totally.
But
Good
it
stuff, dude.
persists.
Indeed, indeed. Regarding the silver dime and silver, mercury is known as quicksilver, right? The actual substance of mercury. And then
Oh yeah.
mercury is both a liquid and a metal, right? So yeah, there's lots of silvery lunar things going on with mercury as well. And then you're bringing up authority. And my personal opinion is that when you see people who are in a position of authority, kings, queens, etc., emperors, it's not uncommon for them to be associated with something that's phallic, like a staff or a wand or a scepter or something along these lines. And so, in my opinion, the world axis it is it's kind of the premier symbol of authority and order because it's what brought order to the universe. So it's what everything revolves around. It's what the heavens revolve around, is this world axis, this cosmic axle, if you will. And so that's what I see. I see that these serpents are going up the cosmic axis, and it's really no different again than with the metaphor of kundalini serpents going up your spine. I think there's an as above so below correspondence with the world axis and our spines. And I think there potentially might be a as above so below correspondence with whatever the central star is, um, of the era. So right now it's Polaris and our pineal gland, and that there is a correspondence there, as well. And as I kind of said earlier too, it seems as though a lot of supreme deities are connected to the north, and that the throne of God may very well exist in the northern sky. But the other thing I was going to say too is that we have this idea of the bull of heaven, which is probably like a leftover symbolic sort of thing from the age of Taurus. And that isn't it interesting that I like to go on about this idea that we live in this cosmic tree, which is basically a substitute symbol for the cosmic Taurus field.
Yeah.
So how is it that we have this bull of heaven concept, and then we refer to the Taurus field, which is like such a primary symbol, when you're starting to decode the natural world and everything. Why do we even call it the Taurus field of all things? I think that's really intriguing. And then also, just to add to that, the northern sky to the Egyptians, Ursa Major, the seven stars of Ursa Major, they used the thigh of a bull as the substitute sort of
Hmm.
symbol. So it wasn't a dipper in their era. It was the thigh of a bull, and this gets into thigh symbolism and leg symbolism, also getting associated with the world axis. And I just have to say, I'm just noticing it right now, but there is one leg of that bull that you can actually see. So, so I think that there's a potent weave with all of this stuff. Absolutely. So thank you so much for just like sending this my way. I was so stoked when he sent it. I was like, yes, we are definitely going to weave on this. And
I can't remember what this wood carving's from, though. But if you find the source, let me know, because I would kind of like to read the. Normally, they are accompanied with a key, so I'd kind of like to see the key that went with it. But I don't see any like figures. Like normally they'll put like figure 1, 2, 3, so it may not have a legend with it, but usually there's one accompanying it.
I have a guy that I know in real life that can tell us exactly where this comes from. I send him stuff like this kind of routinely now, and he's buying this type of stuff. Like he goes
Oh,
on auction sites like from all over the world, and he's buying rare prints. And so once we got hooked up with each other, it was like, to me it was love at first sight. I'm like, I can't believe you have some of this stuff in your actual physical collection. And he lets me look at it and lets me borrow some of the books and
oh
stuff.
wow.
So I'll talk to him and see what's up with this one. He'll know. I'm sure he's seen it around. He's very, very astute with all this stuff. A
I had a
couple of other.
couple of weaves on the bull, by the way.
Okay, cool. Go for it. I have a couple of bull weaves too, but I can get into it after you get to your stuff.
Bull weevil. So the leg of the bull there, you reminded me of the story with Gilgamesh and Enkidu, how the bull of heaven is sent after them because Ishtar wanted him, but he refused her advances. So she petitioned the Most High to send the bull of heaven after him, and Enkidu and Gilgamesh wrestle the bull and tear its leg off, and that's how they defeat the
Ah,
bull.
nice. There you
So
go.
yeah, and I've also seen the bull a lot of times represented with one horn or a leg. One of the first charms I remember my mom having on a necklace, 'cause she used to work at a jewelry store. It was very popular to get these Italian bull horns, and I always wondered, like, why are they making horns? I would have never understood it, but it apparently is some type of symbol of fertility, or
Sure.
to ward off evil or something like that. So there was some folklore stuff there that I haven't uncovered yet.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but also the bulls of heaven were also the decrees of heaven. So like a papal bull,
Oh
for
yeah.
instance, is a law. And so when the Pope's trying to, or basically when the president makes an executive order, he's kind of doing the same thing. He's kind of trying to say, like, I'm using my authority to make a new law. Well, if the laws that they're making are not in jiving with the divine law, then they're never going to last, so they get stripped of their authority. But so when we're thinking of from the mouth of God, which the mouth and the throat is associated with Taurus as well. So when it's being spoken into existence, just like creation was, according to the scriptures, that too, I'm kind of imagining that bull energy there doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And one other thing that is strange is how this relates to the Aldebaran and the bull's eye.
Oh gosh, yeah.
You mentioned Vril earlier, and in
Yeah.
Vril society, Aldebaran's a really big deal, and they claim that whatever they were channeling was coming from Aldebaran.
That's right.
And
Yeah, exactly.
some say that the throne of God sits among the Pleiades,
Mm.
which would be in that constellation as well. I've also heard in Orion's belt, which is basically in the same region. And I've kind of see Orion and Taurus as the bullfighter, and the matador and the bull, and which is very Gilgamesh and Bull of Heavenish as well. So there's so many weaves there. It's just a lot of fun.
Oh gosh. Yeah, absolutely. 100%, dude. Okay, so real quick, I'll just say the bull weave can go on and on and on and on. It was actually one of my first symbolic loves was the bull. And I gave a presentation just on bull symbolism way before I even had a YouTube channel. I gave it to a group of people in person and whatever because I was just so enamored with it. And I had so much to say regarding the bull weave because it's just so multifaceted. The Aldebaran connection, the bullseye, yeah, the Vril Society stuff, really, really fascinating. And so, what I was going to say though is that the horn of the bull has also been associated with the North, and it was basically the opening, the cusp at the north, which there is an electromagnetic, I guess, a field around Earth called the magnetosphere. And this is like a normie science thing that's even acknowledged. But there's an opening at the north, which is why we have the phenomenon of the aurora borealis.
Ah,
And it's my understanding that the Egyptians referred to this cusp or opening as the horn of a great bull as well.
oh
And
yeah.
so, yeah, so there's a northern correspondence with the bull's horn, specifically the opening at the north. And this gets into some of the stuff that I've broken down before about the true stairway to heaven exists at the north. So, like Jacob's ladder, it's another northern reference. And this is the same sort of gateway or opening that I'm referring to with Mercury as well. So I think that there's a lot of people and there's a lot of research about various gateways and openings and portals and whatever. My weave tends to point to that the northern sky in relationship with the North Pole, where Santa comes from and everything else. That is one of the openings or gateways that has been used by various groups, religions, and like occultists and stuff like that for a very, very long time, unbeknownst to a lot of people. And so when I came across this research, it just obviously blew my mind. And so you mentioned the Pleiades. One of the things that I really, really need to get around to is this whole idea that a lot of the Pleiadian themes and a lot of the Palladian sort of information that gets associated with it was once actually a northern based sort of thing. But because the Pleiades has 7 stars and Ursa Major and Ursa Minor have 7 stars and that there's 7 traditional planets, I can see why people would, when they see something like this, there's 7 words around, there's 7 planets, the number 7, there's the 7 pointed star down below, the Babylon star, the Argentum Astrum, which means silver star. It's one of Crowley's groups. You see Babylon, the
Yep.
literally the letters of Babylon within the tips of the star itself. When you see 7 pointed stars, when you see 7 dots or 7 stars in general, I think that there's a heavy correspondence with a lot of northern symbolism, and the Ursa Major constellation even literally looks like the number 7. It's where we get the swastika from. The swastika is kind of made up of like 4 sevens, just like around each other, and they all, kind of
Exactly.
converge at that central axis. Right, right. So anyway, there's some of that stuff, and then I think, oh, you mentioned the degrees. I think you were trying to get to the degrees of the zodiac wheel, perhaps. And I was gonna
Yeah.
say that my understanding or my way of looking at things is that there's 360 degrees right in a circle, and that each zodiac sign occupies 30 degrees. And so there are 3 decans. So there's 3 sets of 10-degree wedges
Hmm.
within each sign, basically. And there's a correspondence with each decan as well. So decan, kind of like deca, right? 10. And so each sign has 30 degrees. So when you're looking at the signs of spring, you're actually seeing 30 degrees of the whole entire zodiac wheel.
So that would be 90 degrees. What
Sorry,
we're
you're
seeing here.
yeah, you're seeing, excuse me, yeah, you're seeing 90 degrees. So each sign occupying 30 degrees. So in total, you're seeing 90 degrees of 360 degrees.
Okay, well, this makes a lot more sense now because the right angle is how you. This is masonry now. So right in
Yeah.
the middle here, you basically see your compass, And so your square is 90 degrees.
Right.
So those three signs right there are kind of your central tenets in the whole religious theme. And your square is what you try a stone with to see if it's fit for the temple. So if it has a 90-degree angle, if it's a right angle, again, we got the right arm of Gemini kind of being associated with the Lord as well. But that's how you try a square with the 90 degrees. So that's kind of interesting to me. I had a couple more things to mention here about this picture. It just keeps giving, right?
Oh, yeah.
So I was reminded of the Mercury again, and somebody in the chat was mentioning about how somebody had talked about how they produced the Hebrew language. Oh, Alpha Omega. Stan Tenen discovered the form that generates the Hebrew language in a perfect torus field. Well, I'm not familiar with what he's talking about, but what I have discovered is there's a guy on Twitter. I was following a while back, and he was doing experiments with Mercury where he was taking, don't do this at home, by the way, this sounds very dangerous, but he was taking raw mercury and basically putting it on top of speakers and then producing vibrations with the speaker and changing the cymatics of it. Okay. And when he was doing this, he was then shining light down onto it using LEDs of different colors. And I think he was using like blue, green, red, things like that. What he was actually, eventually what he created was he was forming the runes and letters were appearing in these, and whatever he was creating, he was like producing holograms of letters. And so I think that the logos as we know it is somehow derived out of this. And I don't know how to explain it, but it would explain the connection of Mercury to the word. So it's like the bull of heaven is the spoken decrees from the throne, then carried by Hermes to earth, perhaps in a sense. So he's that transporter vehicle. So that really blew my mind just now, sitting and thinking about that.
Well, I can actually explain just real quick,
yeah, go ahead.
and I'll let you finish your thought, but I can explain the Hebrew letter Taurus Stan Tenen connection to you. And you actually provided me a slide. That's the perfect slide to explain it. So, because I've looked into his work and everything else. So I'll get into that after you finish your thought here.
Is that the myrrh guy?
Yeah.
Oh, whoa. Okay. I didn't realize that. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that guy. His work.
Okay.
Apparently,
You just didn't know his name then.
Yeah, I love that guy.
Nice.
The Pope's Triple Crown is probably also his attempt to mimic the Most High. Because if we note here, the crown there looks like a triple crown that represents authority over the earth and heaven. This also reminds me of the Pharaoh and how there was, I think, a couple of different crowns to reference, like if they had authority over Egypt, Egypt and Lower Egypt. Well, it's just the same thing here. Like laws, if you only had one crown, your dictates didn't apply to the other kingdoms. So you had to have both for your rule, for your word to be law everywhere, right? So when the Pope's trying to make papal bulls, he's depending on the authority of his triple crown mitre. And I had two more thoughts. So we see the snakes here. So I did a little research today when I was brushing up on the Ouroboros because I knew it showed up in alchemy. And sometimes we see the winged snake grabbing the tail of the one wearing the crown, and they're kind of, one's red and one's green, which are kind of the colors of alchemy. And what I was able to figure out is the first place we find a Ouroboros is in this work known as the Chrysopoeia. And I'll share a link for that in the chat for folks. But this is I think an Arabic script or an Egyptian. It says the Chrysopoeia, or Ouroboros of Cleopatra the Alchemist, is one of the oldest images of the Ouroboros to be linked with the legendary opus, which means work, of the alchemists, the Philosopher's Stone. a 15th century alchemical manuscript. The Aurora Consurgens features the Ouroboros, where it is used among symbols of the sun, moon, and Mercury. So, um, so yeah, I just thought that would be worth sharing there, because even though we
Nice.
have
Yeah.
the two snakes not joined, that's kind of your Ouroboros there as well, which a lot of folks symbolize or say symbolizes the entire zodiac. Um, and then there's some other stories too about this same snake type entity being known as the Lind worm, which is
Hmm.
a dragon or serpent in Nordic mythology that encircles the earth, and it's
Oh yeah.
slain by a great hero. Um,
Totally. Yeah, yeah, no, exactly. There's when it comes to serpent symbolism, that's another symbol or an animal that you could just unpack forever, honestly. But I always think of what one of my symbologist friends told me, a friend in person, and it's interesting. He's a mythologist sort of guy, and we just talk about all this stuff. But I brought up serpent symbolism at one point, and he just mentioned the fact that serpents tend to encompass the whole thing, or they're closely associated with that central axis. And so that's why you see, again, the serpent going up the world tree, serpents going up the spines, serpents going up this central post, which this is also like what you were saying earlier, post office, postage. You're going from post to post. It's a very mercurial thing, as you were saying,
mhm.
with all of that, with the USPS or just postage in general, and mailing stuff, messenger of the gods. So he has, these messages with him to deliver. Right. And so there's always this central sort of serpent, and then there's also this all-encompassing sort of serpent that you'll notice both in a lot of different world myths, for sure. Um, so yeah, great stuff. I'm trying to think. There was something else I was going to say. Oh yeah. So just real quick regarding this Pleiadian thing, the seven sisters of Pleiades, being right there above Taurus, to the upper right of Taurus when you look at it in the night sky, and the septenary sort of thing. And you mentioned Orion potentially being like a throne of God sort of concept or location in the night sky and stuff. The fascinating thing is that the Pleiades has seven stars. Orion has seven like main stars, the three belts of Orion, and then the two
Oh,
above and two below. And then also again, Ursa Major has seven stars, and Ursa Minor has seven stars. And then
hmm.
we've got these seven steps of alchemy and seven traditional planets and all of that. So there is just it's almost kind of like there's a lot of overlapping symbolism between all of these things actually. I just tend to lean on the fact that I think that the potential origin for a lot of this stuff might be northern based, but that's just where I'm currently at with everything. Um, but yeah, speaking of the seven steps of alchemy, so same thing here. So visit the interior parts of the earth, and by rectification, thou shalt find the hidden stone. This philosopher's stone sort of concept. And I think you're right. It's a pineal gland reference as well, but it's also a like northern reference. So when it says the interior portion of the earth, visit the interior part of the earth to find the hidden stone, it's not saying interior, in my personal opinion, even though it kind of looks like there's a globe here in the lower right. I'm not seeing that it's the interior portion of the earth, like the inner earth, like underneath, our feet. I look at it in terms of the inner earth, like the northern portion of earth, personally. That's kind of how I tend to see it. And when you're seeing that cup, that chalice above, and you see that there's a solar symbol and a lunar symbol, but yet they're coming together with this grail or with this cup, and that cup is literally right on top of Mercury, and so I make this just connection with Mercury being very much related to the central portion of Earth, the northern portion of Earth, the world axis, and everything else. So I tend to see that there is a very much kind of hidden aspect to everything that's going on here that tends to be northern based or centrally based, and that to me is how you are going to unlock your full potential, is when you go within the still point within, knowing who you are, knowing what your moral compass is, what your line in the sand is, what you want out of this life, where your compass is pointed, finding your true north and all of that. So I think that I make a direct correspondence with, the inner portion of Earth and the cosmos and ourselves. That I think it's all very much related.
Know thyself, indeed.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. So really good, potent stuff, man. I very much appreciate it. If you want, I can show you that Mount Meru slide, and then we can maybe talk about that Taurus sort of connection, potentially with the Hebrew letters. I've heard several different stories about where the Hebrew letters came from. I'm not sure if you've heard other stories related to that, the genesis of the alphabet itself. But this one is very, very intriguing, as you guys will see if you've never come across this before. So I think, right, here it is.
Yeah.
So he's not showing the Taurus field, but long story short, there is graphics that this fellow has made, Stan Tenen of the Meru Institute, so meru.org. And what he came across is pretty interesting. And it's that if you take a Taurus field, and there's some spin to the Taurus field, and I can't remember how many sections the Taurus field is divided up into. But basically, if you take one of those sections with the spin, it's going to create this shape that you see that's within that triangle down below, or that black shape on the right, or the rainbow-looking ribbon on the upper left. And basically, this literally comes from the Taurus field. So the outer portion of this shape, if you just imagine it in 3D, it's wider. As you go towards the middle of the Taurus field, it's thinner, because the Taurus field in the middle, right, is everything's closer together, versus the outer portion of the Taurus field, everything is kind of spread out. But when you get this shape and you rotate it in 3D, he basically says that this one shape, when rotated in 3D, which comes from the Taurus field, will give you all of the letters of the Hebrew alphabet.
Well, that's correct, but it's the shadow of it that produces each of the letters. So you would have to have a light. So he's showing the little seed, the little light there. This little light of mine, that kind of thing. So that the light casts a shadow based on the how that is oriented, and then the shadow is what we know as the Hebrew letter. So
Gotcha.
That's what's really powerful about this example for me, was making that connection. So when we're learning about Torah, we're actually learning like a shadow of the divine. It's really interesting.
Wow, that is fascinating. Yeah, I don't know if I ever heard that part of it. One of the things I do remember, though, is that this shape he made like a 3D version that he can put his hand in. And he realized that your hand can actually fit in this shape like snugly, and your thumb goes in the middle of what would be like the Taurus field, like cusp or hole, right? And then he had these shapes, and he had kind of like these hand sort of like, I don't even know, sculpture things. And basically he had a whole entire, it kind of reminds me of like mudras or something, or like some sort of routine. Do you remember this?
His dance. He had a dance,
right? And he's going through the whole Hebrew alphabet, doing this dance and showing you like the letters and how they correspond with, even, I believe, like the positions that he was making with his body, if I'm not mistaken.
And he's probably stumbled on something that the priests did back in the day. That's probably part of a Twilight language, because again, you have the element of light and shadow there. That's Twilight right there. You know, and you wouldn't need your lamp until the sun went down. So this little thing in his hands is also a lamp. The one on the right side here is kind of more representative of the lamp, where the big part there is kind of like the shield, the reflective part, and then the flame in the center. So it's meant to be a lamp, a light to the scripture. So yeah, it's just, it almost makes me giddy. I actually had a huge smile on my face just watching you do the dance. And it reminds me of the movements in the OA, which was a Netflix series. Britt Marlin did. Yeah, those movements kind of reminded me of that, which makes you think, like, if you did that properly, you probably would open a portal or something, like we don't really know what we're doing when we're doing that. So, if the right person did the dance in the right way, we might see some interesting things happen. But yeah,
Right.
thanks for bringing that
Wow.
up.
Oh, dude, no, thank you, man. I haven't looked into Stan Tenen or any of this stuff in years. So even look at this freaking the copyright at the bottom. It says something like actually, I have a little UI thing that's over it, but 86, 96 Stan Tenen. Geez, man, he's been doing it for a
Wow.
while, or he found this stuff out a long time ago. So it was years and years ago, and I haven't even really paid attention to anything related to his work in a good bit. So the fact that you're bringing it up, I think is really cool. I think it's one of the more intriguing theories about where the Hebrew letters have come from as well. And actually, you provided a slide. I actually found a different image for it, but look at the version on the right, where it's black. Doesn't that kind of remind you of Tefillin a little bit?
Oh yeah.
And what's going on there? So I'm pretty sure I found an image that is suitable to bring up with that. Let me see here. Maybe I'll just cruise through some of these slides.
Oh yeah, that one's a
This is
really
some
good
of the
one
other
too.
stuff.
That
Yeah,
one.
yeah. No,
Yeah.
there's excellent stuff in here. So my computer is kind of acting wonky. I hope I included it. There we go.
Oh yeah, there we go. That's a good one.
Yeah, yeah, totally. So, my understanding when I was looking into the Tefillin ritual, which there's so much to get into. Let me just count the number of wraps on his arm. It looks like it might be more. One, two, with the where his forearm is. My understanding is that there are different ways of wrapping yourself, but that one traditional way is to wrap yourself 7 times. And
Mm-hmm.
I think that's fascinating too, because you're supposed to go around the Kaaba cube, which is a black cube, 7 times. And that there's a lot of information out there that I've come across that relates 7 to ascension, and 7 going to the great beyond or the other side, passing through maybe this stairway to heaven sort of thing. And I think this all relates a lot to actually the chariot card, which is the 7th card of the major arcana. But let me count here. So on his forearm, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So he has 8 main wraps, which I think there's multiple suitable ways to do this, is my understanding. But I know that one traditional way is to do it 7 times, which I think is very, very intriguing.
And so what is it made of? It's like leather, right?
Yeah,
Which is very much cow, right? So
totally.
we're getting back to the aleph here, which represents the ox, the biggest, most high ox, right? I guess you could call it high octane. Well, that was like a bad joke. But so the scripture in the left square here on his arm, that's containing scripture. And so what we would say is those have Torah portions in them. So like when you eat meat, you maybe have portions of meat, and then you eat it a little bit at a little bit at a little bit. Well, in that way, there's small Torah portions packed into that square. And so when he's reading, he's also meditating on these Torah portions. So he's mentally digesting the Torah portions. So this is the gospel of Jesus Christ is referred to as milk. And that's what you give babies. And babies, as they age, they grow teeth or shin, and then they can eat meat. So you really can't understand Torah very well until you understand the gospel in that sense. But what shin means is teeth. And if you notice here on the square on his head, he's got a shin character there. And what's really interesting about this is that this side of the square, we get to see the 4-branched shin, which is very, very uncommon. This is one of the few times you'll probably ever see it is here, because normally it's a shin character has 3 prongs, but in this case it's got 4. Well, the shin, like I said, represents teeth, and he's meditating on the word or the Torah. So he's literally eating the meat, the Torah, and meditating on it. And so
Wow.
the word for this is rumination. When a sheep or a goat or a cow chews its cud, it is ruminating. And so that's when it eats, digests, regurgitates it, and chews it again. That's the act of rumination. So when we study scripture and we meditate upon it, we're ruminating on it like a kosher animal would. And so that's kind of an interesting way to look at it there. And the shin actually refers to the two front teeth specifically. So whenever you place your finger in front of your front two teeth and you make the shh sound, that is the shin, the essence of it right there. And so when God breathed life into Adam, I imagine he probably did it that way, shh, and then gave him the shin. So the vessel would have been Yud He Vav He, made in the image of God, the tetragrammaton. When he does this, shh, he's adding the fifth element of spirit, which is the shin, to the vessel that was Adam, making it Yod He Shin Vav He, which is the name Yahshua or salvation. So pretty packed and potent.
But yeah, to say the least.
But this square on his forehead too, and on his arm, when you unpack the hypercube, when you unfold it, it produces a cross.
Yeah.
So the fifth element is actually hidden inside of that cube that we can't see, that prima matter. But when that prima matter is unpacked, within it is that potential that's locked within the shin itself. And I think they put certain Torah portion in the top part too that might be fixed. I can't remember if it's a particular verse or not. But then there's different compartments within those cubes to place Torah portions. So you're eating your meal in a way, you're mentally digesting your meal, you're spiritually digesting your meal. And the wrapping around the arm is to remind you that you of the law of reaping and sowing. You reap what you sow. So the law is bound to his arm in this case. And so I think this is probably also a clue. I think I meant to mention this earlier with the mark of the beast. Oh yeah, I did mention this with the mercurial mark of the beast thing. The mark is actually in the right hand. So again, referring to the works, your labor would be, the material world in that sense. Well, in this sense, this is a spiritual labor. So because of course Christians don't do this anymore, I think that's probably something that we lost. And whereas if we were observant Jews, still we're commanded to do this every day, wrap the tefillin around and read your Torah portions and meditate on it daily. And this is something that we read about in Deuteronomy as well, where they're to teach the law to their children and bind it to their hand and the frontlets between their eyes. Well, that's the instruction for tefillin right there. But because we don't do that anymore, we forget God's laws, and then that's how we get fooled later on during the time of Revelation. So I think that this is a very important thing here that ties again to the mark of the beast. So very powerful imagery there.
It is. That absolutely is. I agree with you. And I don't know if you've ever noticed this, but in the Crowley deck, the card that corresponds with Shin is what he calls the Aeon card. And in other decks, it's called Judgment. And you have a little, is it Horus? You have a child up front, and it kind of looks translucent. And he's actually pointing to his front teeth.
Yeah, the Shin.
Yep, exactly right. Yeah.
Which,
so that's really cool.
That's the world card, right? So that's 21. So that's it's 7 plus 7 plus 7.
It's just before the world card. So it would be.
Well, he swaps it out though. Actually, he changes it. I think it's actually normally I think I noticed this about his deck actually, that normally it would be the world card, but he changed it for some reason. He changed it. I don't know why.
Yeah, no,
but
I think it
it's
might
could
be
be my
the
personal
20th.
opinion.
Yeah, I think it could be the Aeon Judgment card is the 20th, and then the World is the 21st, is what I'm recalling. But yeah, either way, the Shin thing, I love what you said regarding meat and children and not having teeth. Obviously, when you're a baby, I had not considered some of these implications, and then the physiological change, and then what that implies with everything. So that is really, really fascinating. I like your style with decoding and how you're bringing in like real world stuff. Like, well, what does the fig tree do? How does it actually, how does it do its thing and all of that? And, how with humans, what is the symbolic value of teeth? When do you get your teeth? When do you lose your teeth? What's going on there? What other symbolic sort of things are going on with all of that? So that's super cool, man.
One other thing that came to mind when we were talking about that Aeon was
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering why the difference might have occurred. And some people refer to the time of revelation or judgment as the time of Shin. And so, for instance, there was a guy named Joseph Gregory Hallett who was claiming to be Christ or something. I don't know. Anyway, he's claiming to be the true king of England, but he talks about how he's ushering in the time of the Shin, or the mystery of the Shin. That's how he always talks about himself. And I always thought it was kind of strange and funny, because I was like, well, that's the new, what the Thelemites call the age of Horus, is this new Aeon, and the Shin and everything's kind of related to that. And Harpocrates, I think, is another image where we see the hush.
That's right. Nice, excellent. Yeah, I hadn't thought about the age of Horus and stuff like that in a while. That's the age of the child. Yeah, no, exactly.
The conquering child.
The crowned and conquering child. Exactly.
Which you read about that in with Revelation 12, we got the child. That same child's given a rod of iron to subdue the nations. And then in Isaiah 11, the people are led by a small child. So there is this, it's there. So it makes you wonder, like, how do these people know this stuff? Because they don't seem like very devout people, but yet they're deviling in this stuff that is, it's there. So it's really interesting.
Right. I'll just say real quick that I read a book about John Dee, and long story short, it was going through I think it's like the 38thers or 48thers, I can't remember, but John Dee had this huge ritual at some point, and it was super involved and took a long time and all this other stuff. At one point, though, this book gets into the final ritual, like what happens at the very end of the ritual. And a couple of things happen. One, John Dee realizes that time is actually moving backwards, not forwards, and that he thinks that any good occultist who has actually done their research would finally realize that everything is actually inverted pretty much. And so it's like we live in a reverse reality kind of thing. So everything is upside down and inside out. And so we're actually going backwards in time. And then also the other revelation is that supposedly he met God, and God was actually a child, and that that was mind blowing for him. Not knowing that would actually even be the case, which is really interesting too, because the demiurge is often compared to like a child as well, and he's like a blind child, a blind, stubborn, tyrannical sort of child. Sort of thing. And then also too, Lucas and I, LC King, he's been on the channel and we've done a couple of shows together, and he often relates Mercury to kind of being a child sort of thing. And so there is this sort of thing that we do have to consider here with all of this symbolism. So just thought I would throw that out there.
That vibes with me a lot in some ways, because you have to be born again to enter the kingdom of heaven, which correlates to this reawakening of the pineal gland. They say that children lose that around the age of 13 when it begins to ossify and calcify. So, as you grow up and become an adult, that part of you's dying is what it is. Right. And your imagination and stuff is going away. And then as an adult, you become born again. And it's like, well, you're going back to that childlike state in a way. So I could kind of see that. And God's often referred to as God the Father. And so I could see this duality of sorts where he wants to maintain that imagination state, that creative state,
Mm.
because if he didn't, he would become crystalline, and so in some ways he doesn't change, but then at the same time, creativity requires that flow. So
Totally.
I do find that very interesting. Thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely, dude. How about this? So, since we're talking about Shin, you actually provided a few more slides with Shin. Let's talk about that and get into all of that information.
Oh,
And
dude, I didn't think we were going to get to that, but that's exciting.
let's do it. Let's do it. And then maybe maybe we'll have that be our grand finale because I think I might be good around the 4 hour mark
I agree.
personally.
I think that would be a good way to end.
And then we could always continue the conversation some other time because dude, I really, I already said it, but everything you're bringing to the table is awesome. And so I feel like I've leveled up, honestly, having just talked to you. And we've talked a lot, like back and forth sort of thing, a little bit on Instagram, and you send me things and whatever, but it's different having just a one-on-one discussion too. So
I
it's
agree. It's very nice to have that.
for sure, it's a blessing, I would say. So let's get into some of this other stuff. Let me know what slide you would like me to kind of pause on.
So that's a good one right there, because most people probably recognize this symbol as being like live long and prosper, which
Mm-hmm.
Leonard Nimoy was Jewish, by the way. And so
Yeah.
when he was asked to make a symbol for this, he just thought, well, I'll just do this. So he just made the Shin symbol, and that became the live long and prosper symbol. But really, what that is, and the next slide, it even shows it, as the priests would put that up when they would pray to Shaddai, or the Jewish God, and so in some cases it looks like a W, but you can kind of see how it resembles the Shin there. And
Mm-hmm.
I went out the other night for Passover and ate some flatbread and had some kosher wine, and I was under the full moon, and I
Mm.
looked up and was praying to God, and I did the Shin symbol there, what the priests are doing, and put the moon in the center. And I thought, oh man, again, if you do the thing, you learn stuff. And I thought, that's the moon is an eye in the middle of the triangle looking back at me. And I was like, oh, goodness
Mm.
sakes. Then it occurred to me, the moon and the sun are the two silent witnesses of the lamb that was slain at the foundation of the world. And so
Mm.
they represent our eyes. And what do you have in court when you ever have witnesses? They call them eye witnesses for a
Mm-hmm.
reason. And so a lot of times whenever you would be working with the law, whether or not you had a witness, that a lot of times your guilt or your conviction rest upon whether there were witnesses. And so just another
Mm.
sharing of how doing the thing, which what I was doing wasn't even prescribed in the Bible. That was just me doing my own thing, but still having that effect just by doing it.
Oh
You
yeah.
kind of, so imagine the moon or the sun in the middle of I guess if you go to the next slide, it might make that point a little more. Yeah, there we go. So like if you're doing it in the daytime, you might have the sun in the center there. If you're doing it in nighttime,
Mm.
you'd have the moon in the center there. So if you think about it, what could be the practical application of that? If you're trying to actually look at stars or look at the moon, like a lot of times you'll block out ambient light or something like that. So it gives you a better, clear picture of whatever luminary you're looking at as well. So there's actually, I think, practicality to it, because the shepherds were out at night in the fields. The priests were watching the moon phases, and and then in fact the two witnesses is tied directly to viewing the moon, because the new moon wasn't when the month started; it's when the light first appeared on the moon. And you would have one witness blow his horn saying he witnessed the new month, and it wasn't the next month until a second witness blew his horn as well. And it wasn't until those two horns were blown, which kind of remind me of the two slivers of the moon, that the month would then commence. So you had to have two
Mm.
eyewitnesses to begin the new month. So this time that we just had with Passover, of course, that was the full moon. But right after the spring equinox, we would have had to have 2 witnesses declare, okay, I see it too. And they would both blow their horn. So pretty interesting, because again, we don't keep these things anymore. And it throws the calendar off if we don't, which I think is interesting, because right now we just had Passover, I think, on Wednesday. So Christ would be, they call it Good Friday, because he was on the cross and died right before the Sabbath. So in this way, I think it's interesting to talk about the shin in that context as well, because here we see what? 2 shins. The priest is holding up 2 shin characters with his hands, right? We got a right shin and a left shin. When the shin is accented on the right, it's pronounced sh. So the shin part is from the right accent. If the shin character is accented on the left, it's simply sin without the H. So the redemptive factor comes from the H that's added, which a series of H's is what? A ladder, like Jacob's ladder, for instance. Another really cool thing I wanted to point out before I forget is that you and Michelle's insignias, you got 2 S's and she's got 2 H's, and I couldn't help but think shin when I saw that, and I wanted to point that out.
Nice.
So I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah,
but,
yeah, totally.
So it was customary to break the shin bones of somebody that was being crucified. And it was to speed up death, because they could hold themselves up. And then if you did that, they couldn't. Well, Christ was given a quick, kosher death, mercy from the Lord, as it were. So he didn't have to suffer his shin bones being broken, which was customary. And this is important, because whenever you do the Passover lamb ritual and you consume the lamb completely, you cannot break any of its bones. That's one of the rules. So for him to fulfill that scripture, had they broken his shin bones, that would have disqualified him from being the Lamb of God that died for the sins of all mankind. So I think that's pretty awesome point to be made there. Now, why would they have broken his shins is because it was Friday, and as the sun's going down on the 6th day of the week, then the Sabbath began, and they couldn't have a suffering body or dead body up on the cross during the Sabbath. So then to speed up death, they'd break the shin bones. So that was kind of the whole point of that. So in this way, they broke his body, but they didn't break his shin, right? His spirit.
Wow.
So reminds me of that U2 song, Pride in the Name of Love. But now what really makes this wild is while on the cross, we have the story of the 2 thieves. The one on the right looks to him and says, can I be saved? And, he says, don't forget me when you go to your kingdom. And he said, you'll be there, and then the other one didn't accept salvation. So once again, we see the left accent with sin and the right accent with shin, which is salvation. So the thief on the right gets salvation. The thief on the left does not. So I think that's another powerful way to emphasize the shin. But wait, there's more. So I got the idea to take the shin character, and I don't know if you got this image in the collection or not. Oh, man. Yes. Okay. So
is this what you're looking for?
Yes. Thank you.
Perfect. Yeah, you got it.
Thank you very much. So we got the Mazzaroth here, and so I took the shin character and overlapped it on the zodiacal wheel here, and you got your left arm of the shin, which is your sin portion of shin, on the Capricorn goat, which is your scapegoat. Then you got your second branch in Aquarius, your third branch in Pisces. Then you get your fourth branch, which you don't see very often. But notice how this one's crowned and even has Toggen on it. This fourth branch is then added for Aries, which is the lamb or the branch, as you mentioned it before. And so what's really cool about this is you got your last 3 signs here, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, being the shin in and of itself. But then we got a gap between the feet of Pisces and the head of Aries. This is the liminal space known as the bardo between those two. And so the fourth branch is actually being added to span that gulf between, the feet and the head. So and we just had, and the full moon for Passover this week was the pink moon. And that's the color I would associate with the bardo, because you got red of Aries, blue of Pisces. Well, the in-between color would be pink. And we actually, scientifically speaking, pink noise is anything that occurs within a certain, basically it's all the noise that we're hearing that we can't really understand, like white snow on a television screen be kind of considered, that's white noise, but I'm just trying to package it in a way that's easy to understand. So basically things we can't hear or see, some of those things would fall into the category of pink noise.
Interesting.
So again, in that liminal bardo space, which is when we celebrate Valentine's Day, right? And then what is it? Pink, which in that case also has a ritual paired with it of drinking of blood and milk together, which makes pink. This time is very interesting to me, but I like how the Shin character fits on this. And with that motif, we got the scapegoat of the sin, and then the Lamb of God, which is the Shin. So you got your goat and your lamb right there, all packaged within the Shin. So it made me wonder, because some of course, origins of the Hebrew alphabet might vary, but what I've been able to learn is that it seems to be patterned after the stars. So I was wondering if any of the other Hebrew characters could be used in this way, because before I actually was thinking about them more in terms of, one character for each sign, or maybe even a couple. Actually, I was trying to do the math and figure out, like, well, how many characters would fit into each sign, but it's not an even number. So I started doing stuff like this, just playing around with them. And this is one of the results that I got from it. So I don't know if other letters would maybe have similar results or not, or maybe pairing them with constellations to see how they pattern. Because you're mentioning, like, with Orion, for instance, which, by the way, I do have a verse to read real quick. We're talking about the Pleiades and such. So that would be right after the Aries comes your Taurus. So a call to repentance in Amos 5:8, it says, "There are those who turn justice into wormwood and cast righteousness to the ground. He who made the Pleiades and Orion, who turns darkness into dawn and darkens the day into night, who summons the waters of the sea and pours them over the face of the earth. The Lord is his name. He flashes destruction on to the strong, so that fury comes upon the stronghold." So I just thought it was kind of interesting how it mentions Wormwood, Pleiades, and Orion, like, all right there within a couple verses together.
Sure, yeah.
Really wanted to read that.
Wow.
And you mentioned how they all had 7 stars. That never occurred to me before. So that really made me, I'm going to reevaluate my next study when I go into those topics.
Yeah, just something to think about.
There's one more here.
Go ahead.
Job 38, there's one more. When the waters become hard as stone and the surface of the deep is frozen, can you bind the chains of the Pleiades or loosen the belt of Orion? Can you bring forth the constellations in their seasons, or lead out the bear and her cubs? So there was the remainder of those verses.
Nice. Cool, man. Dude, yeah. Wow. I mean, clearly we could go on and on and on with all of this stuff. I would love to know the other constellations that are mentioned directly in the Bible that aren't astrological, related to the zodiac. So Orion, yeah, that'd be cool. I might even Google that just to see what the list is, what constellations are referenced.
Sometimes Arcturus is mentioned, which is a star, I think, around Virgo, maybe. I can't remember exactly where it's at, but that's one of the other ones that's sometimes mentioned.
Got it. Related to the Shin thing, though, and then obviously we were talking about head symbolism as it relates to the ram, the crowning thing, and then you have that crown right there, right next to Aries, right? So that's cool. And then I don't know if you wanted to show this, but this is the other one that you have kind of paired with that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I found that symbol and I thought, well, I'll go ahead and try that too, just to see what it would look like. Because after all, they're two shins. So I tried to line
Mhm.
it up with the Capricorn and the Lamb to see what it would look like. And that's kind of, how it turned out. I was just playing around with
I
a
see.
picture editor, trying to gain some epiphanies or insight. But
Yeah,
one
yeah.
thing that did occur to me is sometimes when we see the alchemical hand, the hand of the alchemist, a lot of times there's a fish in the palm, and each finger kind of relates to a planet or an alchemical substance. So I would say there's probably a lot more to it all, because you were talking about the Stan Tenen thing with the tool that fits into the hand. Well, each letter can be made with the hand and that tool, and so there's just so I can see why we're only given so much at a time, because if we're given too much, we kind of go mad.
Oh yeah, exactly. And just have to say, because we're talking about hand stuff so much with the shin, the what I've read, right, or what is kind of like a common understanding, and you actually have a slide that we could talk about briefly with this, but yud or yod being kind of like the spark, the seed of the Hebrew alphabet, and
Yeah.
then that means right hand, and here you see it on this ring in the middle of that triangle.
Well, what I've learned by watching Stan was that the yod is a constituent of every single letter. So you can make every single letter in the Hebrew alphabet with a series of yods. Now, you might have to stretch the yod or tilt
Hmm.
it or alter it in some way, but every letter is at least one or more. So the yod itself is just one yod. But then, as you add more yods, you get more letters. So it kind of relates back to also of the concept of the four mothers, three and four mothers, because
Hmm.
there's three mothers, which relate to that's 12 tribes of Israel, right?
Hmm.
So, but then you got a fourth mother as well. So I realized that that's a connection to the three prong and four prong shin as well. So the last mother would be like that fourth shin branch. So
Right.
yeah, you can kind of see it there too, where the word matrix itself refers to the mothers, and the mothers in Hebrew form all the letters and words. So really, reality as we know it is inextricably linked in this way to the hands and the
Yeah.
womb. And
Yeah.
so the
Exactly.
delivery of a baby from a womb, you got hands involved there. The
Oh
hand
yeah.
that rocks the cradle rules the world. All these things start flying through my mind about the hand.
Oh my God. Yeah, exactly. Well, I think about some of the stuff I brought up on Tuesday regarding that. The card that corresponds with Virgo is the Hermit. And then that, the Hebrew letter associated with that is Yud, Yod. And then
Yeah.
he's holding the lantern, right, with his hand. And then also the palm and lamp sort of thing. Lamp is an anagram for palm. And then we're talking about the palm trees earlier and everything
Um,
else. So it just goes on and on and on and on with everything. So it's fun stuff. One thing I did want to point out regarding the shin sort of mudra thing, the hand gesture, is, I mean, look how similar that looks to the Illuminati sort of confirmed sort of thing that all the celebrities
right.
do. I would imagine that this must have some sort of relationship with that.
Or the shush or hush symbolism that they do,
Yeah,
or the one eye
exactly.
symbolism that they do. So I think what they've done is they've somehow, um, I don't know how to really put it. It's like they've taken something good and turned it into evil, or they've
Yes.
somehow subjugated the Holy Spirit or subjugated God, or something. It's like they've trapped him and used him for something that he's not supposed to be used for, or something like that. And the way I see it is, the reason I think that is because there are some of these parables, like the parable of the vineyard, for instance, where it talks about how the Lord is going to return to his vineyard and he's going to inspect. And if his laborers were abusing the workers or mistreating them or squandering things, he's going to remove them from their post and put somebody else in. So kind of what's getting ready to happen is the world is ruled by these principalities, powers, so on and so forth, which I think a lot of cases their genetic history derives from the giants and fallen angels themselves, but they're the current stewards of all the land. And I think that that's changing now, and that because they've not been doing their job properly, will be installed in their place. And I think that this is kind of how the scripture is fulfilled, where it talks about how we will judge the angels. Well, how else could that be? Well, if we're put in their position of authority, then we have the ability to then judge them and their works. So I kind of think it's interesting. I think that might be why they're freaking out the way they are, because they know they're losing their grip, quite literally, and it's the baton is being transferred. The rod of iron is given to that man child. And what I think is interesting about iron in particular is that that's the weakness of fairies and fae.
Right.
If they touch iron, they're banished back to their realm. So it almost suggests that this man child that represents the new kingdom will be given the authority to basically, handle these entities in whatever way, shape, or form it is. We'll be able to do it handily, apparently.
Right. And that reminds me of Iron's relationship with Mars, the warring planet,
Yeah.
the red planet, and stuff like that. And then there's a rod association with that as well, with Mars. And, it just reminds me, the rod being used as a weapon or a tool, And so if you want it to be. Awesome, man, dude.
Vril also, the rod is incredibly important. And the staff was even more powerful. There was Vril staves and Vril wands.
Ooh.
They could have healing or destructive effects, depending on how you used it.
Right. No, makes total sense. Dude, this was freaking awesome. Like I said, we could absolutely keep on going. I think this is a great place to wrap it up, though. We should absolutely 100% do it again too, because I just feel like there's just so many other tangents we could go on. I'm learning a lot. I'm having a really, really good time. So thank you once again for just like being available and putting together some of these images and prompting the conversation too. Do you have any final thoughts or anything you want to leave the people with? Maybe if they want to, follow your work or anything else, let them know how they can do that. I'll put your links and stuff in the description, though, to your Instagram and to your Telegram.
You can find me on Telegram as Joshua the Branch. I try to be accessible and spend time talking to people about whatever topics that interest them. So if you got questions about what you watched this evening, just reach out to me, and I'd love to hear from you. And when I can, I try to share the ideas that people talk with me, like with, for instance, J-Lo shared with me earlier today. So I always like to try and include, because I see us all as the body of Christ, and it says that we see through a glass darkly until the time of prophecy is complete. And so I think with each person that's added to the body, they bring their own background to it, and so with each person that's added, it's like the scripture is illuminated more and more, and to the point that one day we'll see it all clearly, but that can't happen until we're all doing the labor together. So I try to share it with as many people as possible. So I encourage people to reach out to me, because none of us is as smart as all of us. And that's what it's all about. So, but you can find me on Instagram as well, Appalachian Aesthetic. I'm trying to get I got a YouTube channel up to start cataloging everything, because I realize now I've done so many shows and they're all scattered around. So I'm going to try to put everything in one location and mirror it to all the other channels. But that hasn't happened yet. So until then, you can just find me on the other platforms.
Nice. Awesome, dude. Thank you so much once again. We'll be in touch. I'm going to talk about some ways people can reach out to me here with these final slides or whatever, but I'm going to let you go. And we'll talk soon, man.
It's been a pleasure chewing the fat with you, or the lamb, I should say.
Exactly, exactly. No, no, no. Pleasure's all mine, honestly.
Shalom.
Um, all right, man. Take care. Until next time. See ya. Right on, dude. Whoa. I legitimately, I mean, my mind, I don't know if it came across or whatever, but my mind was blown a few times. There's a few connections that he laid out there that I find to be really, really intriguing that I'm going to follow up with. And so, wow, I just have all of these different notes and stuff. Some of them I'm going to, just dive into deeper. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that. I think this is probably the longest stream I've ever done on my channel. So that's cool too. And I still have energy to spare too, a little bit, enough to get through these slides at least. So that's always a really, really good sign, in my opinion. So let me see here. Going to cruise through these slides at the end so you guys can, know what's good with how to reach me and what I'm up to these days and all that kind of stuff. So I am available for tarot readings and study sessions. If you guys are interested, you can email me, you can DM me, or you can text me. A lot of people like doing that for readings. So 503-893-4606. Tarot readings, it's actually been really cool just having done it as long as I've done it now. Just my awareness of the tarot and the dynamics of what a reading consists of, what my role is, what the role of the cards are, and what the role of the curant, the person who's getting the reading done, what are our different roles within this whole situation of a tarot reading. I just have like a lot of new ways of looking at the tarot, and I have a whole newfound respect for the tarot. And it's taken time. It's taken time for me to kind of come to some of these realizations, but I feel like I'm like, probably the most equipped to give really like holistic readings to people than I ever have been before. And so, anyways, if you guys are interested in a reading or a study session, you know where to reach me. Study sessions can consist of many different things. Sometimes it's kind of like a consultation. Sometimes it's like a private lesson for people. I've done all sorts of different things for people. People have just wanted book recommendations. People have wanted feedback on their artwork or their poetry, how maybe they can inject, symbolic value into their art. I've helped people do that, which is always a good time. And I appreciate the fact that people would even keep me in mind to do something like that. Of course, you can support me via Patreon. So patreon.com/symbolicstudies if you're so inclined. There's a few different tiers, and it's a great way just to, just to support the channel and everything that I have going on here. Everyone who signs up for Patreon gets my elemental study packet. And so elemental study packets, right now, they consist of 4 pages, one for water, fire, air, and earth. There's lots of cool, interesting correspondences within this. I'll send you a PDF link if you sign up for Patreon. Conversely, these are name your own price. So if you don't want to sign up for Patreon, but you want a study packet, you can send a donation to any of my accounts, which I have on my site or in the description, and include your email address, and I will send you a study packet. Also, if you order products from Michelle, and I know you're a fan of the channel or you're a supporter of the channel, I will send you a study packet. Also, if you order a poster from Etsy, I send you a study packet. So study packets for everyone. So if you choose to support me in any way, shape, or form, you're probably going to get a study packet. Long story short. Also, Symbolic Studios. So I'm available for art and design. I've been a graphic designer for over 20 years now, and I have done all sorts of projects for people, for huge, huge companies that all of you guys are aware of, to smaller mom and pop independent companies that no one has heard of. So, and I've done everything in between too. So logos, websites, t-shirts, album covers. I've done billboards, I've done commercials, I've done all sorts of different things. So if you feel like you want to have a graphic designer work on your stuff who's symbolically literate, and you maybe want to go through the process of finding out the right symbolism for your business or for your brand, hit me up and we can talk. And if it's a good fit, it's a good fit. So you can email me at symbolicstudies@gmail.com, or you can send me a text, or you go to my website and you can find other ways to get in touch. Another way to get in touch is via snail mail. So P.O. Box 930, Carson, Washington 98610. If you prefer to communicate via snail mail and you want to send me a letter or anything at all, that's where you can send it. And I had my girlfriend on for the first time on Symbolic Studies, but we actually do a podcast together every single week. It's called Last Thursday. So every Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, we introduced a new format this week, which was really cool and interesting. And I think we're going to continue kind of going down that road. And yeah, it was a good time. So you can find Last Thursday at Michelle's Healing Home here on YouTube. She also has her own show every Tuesday at 4 p.m. Pacific called The Healing Home. And this upcoming week, she's going to have a cannabis roundtable. So she's going to bring on, I believe, 3 people, and they're going to just talk cannabis. And the guests she's having on are top tier. And so if you're interested in cannabis for medicinal purposes, if you're interested in growing, if you have questions, perhaps they'll interact with the chat a little bit. But that's going down on Tuesday at 4 p.m. Pacific, the Cannabis Roundtable on the Healing Home. And I've already said it, but my website is symbolicstudies.com. So I know there are a lot of comments that I have not seen. I haven't looked at the chat at all. But I'm just going to check the comments for a couple of minutes here, and then I'm going to get going because I've been doing this. I've been streaming for over 4 hours now. So yeah, let's just see who's hanging out right now this Friday evening. So let's see here. Right on. I see some familiar faces. Thank you so much. Gordy Two Shoes. Dude, always a reliable supporter. Gordy is awesome. He's been on the Healing Home. So my Cherie, she's always around too. Thank you so much for being here and hanging out. So Slick Dissident, I'm not sure what some of these comments are referring to, but Slick Dissident, he's a badass. Thank you so much for being here. Mars Pop, very cool. Was not expecting this much info. Very grateful. Yeah, totally. You're welcome. I'm not sure what you're saying here. I might hit you up for that. Thanks. Maybe it was design stuff. Maybe it was for something else. Bad B 1069. Thank you for being here. Obviously, Joshua, dude, you brought it, man, honestly. And I know there's so much more that you could have expanded on. So I'm excited for future conversations. J-Lo, what's going on? Nice to see you. Always a reliable supporter as well. EQ Studies, hello. Thank you for being here. Let's see. What's up, LC King? Nice to see you, man. Done a couple of shows with Lucas here on the channel. Check those out. He said he was late. Yeah, I mean, you're only 4 hours late. No big deal. No, it's all good, dude. You can always catch it after the fact, obviously. So, right on. Awesome. You guys are great. I'm humbled. I'm grateful. All of that stuff. Alpha Omega, excellent conversation, always around tonight. Nice, man. I'm glad you appreciated it. I'm looking forward to doing more interviews and more conversations like this. So cool. So Poor Man Jones, thank you so much for being here. Revenus Beats, nice to see you, dude. Cool. All right. Totally spent, but that was well worth it. Super fun. I will see you guys next week. Have a great weekend. And yeah, until then, take care.